हेलो।
आप बाहर जाके सुन लोगे? मुझे बता दो। स्टाइलो माइलो लागे जाऊँ हैंडसम जे। थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग।
हेलो।
नहीं, बाहर जाके सुन लो ना एक बार। सुन लो प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज। आई वांट टू बी वेरी वेरी श्योर। दरवाजा बंद करो, मैं बोलता हूँ।
माइक टेस्टिंग। हेलो, चेक चेक। हेलो हेलो, चेक 1 2 3 चेक। Check 1 2 3. Hello, Anshu, can you hear me? Check 1 2 3 check.
आपका नाम नहीं सुनाई दिया ना? वो तो रहेगा। कोई भी लाइव। परफेक्ट, यू आर अ स्टार देन। ओह, सेकंड में।
Just all the form.
चारों माइक टेस्ट करता हूँ। माइक 1 हो गया, अभी 2 3 4 5।
तो आप 2 3 4 बोलिएगा।
हाँ, बोलूँगा। 4 के बाद आ जाना। क्लियर हो गया? सब सॉर्टेड? अभी माइक टेस्ट करके। उसमें कर दो। उसमें जो जिसका भी लैपटॉप है वो कर दो।
Hello, mic 2. I'm checking mic 2. Mic 2. Hello, check mic 3. I'm checking mic 3 now. Check. Hello, check mic 4. Checking mic 4. Check. You can come. All 4 mic check.
एष सुप्तेषु जागृति। य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तदब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चनान्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति आया तेरे दर पर तेरा ही दीवाना, दीवाना तेरा, दीवाना तेरा, दीवाना तेरा, दीवाना तेरा, दीवाना तेरा। दीवाना तेरा, दीवाना तेरा, दीवाना तेरा। आया तेरे दर पर दीवाना, दीवाना दीवाना। आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना, आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना। ये सितम का रिवाज क्यों है, जैसा है ये समाज क्यों है। ये दुनिया की है रस्में, मैं हूँ अब इनके बस में। ये जो दुनिया की है रस्में, मैं हूँ अब इनके ही बस में। न पूछो क्या गिला है, मुझे गम क्यों मिला है। तुम्हें मैं क्या बताऊं, मोहब्बत जुर्म है क्यों। कोई रोता है क्यों, ऐसा होता है क्यों। कोई रोता है क्यों, ऐसा होता है क्यों। क्यों दिल से हर एक है अनजाना। आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना, आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना। ये किस माहौल में हम हैं, खुशी के भेष में गम है। ये किस माहौल में हम हैं, खुशी के भेष में गम है। किसे अपना आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना, आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना। आया किस मोड़ पे मेरा अफसाना, आया किस मोड़ पे मेरा अफसाना। आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना, अफसाना अफसाना। आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना, आया किस मोड़ पे अफसाना।
Esso believes good things come in threes, like the Esso Triple Treats Lucky Draw, where you get 3 tries to win from a prize pool worth $60,000 in Esso Smiles points.
Wow, so I can win all 3 draws?
Yes, until 22nd February 2026, every $80 cross spend on Esso Synergy Fuels earns you 1 chance, while the same spend on Esso Synergy Supreme Plus earns you 3. What are you waiting for? Sign up on the Esso app and get fueling today. Terms apply.
Esso, every smile, a reward.
हेलो हेलो
हाँ बी ना
हेलो हेलो
बी बाई लेंस का आ गया मैं यहाँ पे नहीं यहाँ नहीं अभी इंडिया में लॉन्च प्रपोज ही नहीं अभी दिसंबर बोल रहा था दिसंबर में करेंगे ना मुश्किल है कैमरा आयुष
हेलो
ठीक है
हेलो चेक चेक
सर जी ने आए सर जी ने आए
कौन
सुरेश बाबू जी
आगे ना अच्छा
यहाँ
अंदर
बैठे
नहीं
नहीं ना
अनु तो सुरेश प्रभु जी बाहर होंगे ना उनको अंदर ले आना जल्दी से अच्छा और वो उनके बेटे आने हैं ठीक है वॉशरूम गए हैं। तो विल स्टार्ट पीछे पीछे पीछे
आप बोल दीजिए
आयुष आयुष कैन वी प्ले विश्वसनीय वीडियो
I no no they got it the Vishvashniya video didn't play yeah. ये आपकी जो रजिस्ट्रेशन बात थी उसमें से लोग आएंगे
मेरे ख्याल से 6 बजे के बाद बढ़ने चाहिए
बढ़ने चाहिए
चलो स्क्रीन तो आगे
बिकॉज पैनल में से
तो नहीं आ रहा ना
नहीं
नहीं आ रहा हाँ नहीं आने तो चाहिए विश्वसनीय वीडियो
जो उन्होंने नहीं सुना मुझे पहले लगा कि प्रीति वाज लाइक यस टू मी
हाँ उसने ऐसे किया तो लगा हो गया
so maybe वो फर्स्ट स्क्रीन के लिए बोल रहे थे
यार अनु
बाद में चला पहले मेरा 5 मिनट
मैंने मना कर दिया उनको विश्वसनीय
मोटो मोटो सॉन्ग मोटो सॉन्ग
आप शुरू कर दीजिए
ठीक है we request everyone to please settle down comfortably. We will begin the program now. Very good evening, Suresh Prabhu sir, Gyanchand Misra sir, distinguished guests, our founders, investors, ecosystem enablers, sponsors, and dear friends. A very warm welcome to the NextLeap 2025 Demo Day. On behalf of ICAI Singapore chapter, BeyondSeed, and the Committee of MSME and Startup of ICAI, we welcome you to the Demo Day right here in the heart of Singapore. I am Kushal Jaju,
I am Melisha, team BeyondSeed.
your host for this wonderful evening. Together, we are honored to guide you for the evening. Ya esh suptesu jagarti. This powerful line drawn from Kathopanishad translates to the one who is awake in those that sleep. As is our tradition, we begin this evening with the ICAI motto song. May I request you all to please rise for the ICAI motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदे
Thank you, everyone. In this digital world, the hiccups of technical isn't avoidable. Thank you very much, Gyanchan Misra sir and Arpit ji, for rising up the occasion. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Today is not just a demo day. Today, we all take the next leap. This evening isn't just an event. It's a celebration of two powerful startup ecosystems, India and Singapore, both built on resilience, discipline, and innovation. Singapore has always been a global hub for entrepreneurship, a place where ideas find fuel, mentors find meaning, and cross-border collaborations find momentum. On the other hand, India's startup ecosystem continues to be one of the world's fastest growing, powered by ambition, creativity, and sheer determination. And today, we witness purposeful action from founders who have traveled across borders, broken barriers, and embraced bold ideas.
Absolutely, Kushal. So today we are celebrating two dynamic countries with growing economies, one who has been on its way and celebrating its 60th year this year, and one who has been growing exponentially with the power of determination for startups, entrepreneurship, and many much more. So NextLeap Vision and Mission is that initiative by ICAI Singapore chapter in collaboration with BeyondSeed is to empower early stage startups with growth capital, network, strategy guidance they need to scale cross-border. By bridging ecosystem between India and Singapore, we aim to nurture bold founders through curated mentorship, investor access, and cross-border growth. Together, we accelerate their journey from idea to impact, fueling ventures that they are not only scalable, but also meaningful in the communities and industries they serve. So we look forward to a grand closure to the NextLeap program today.
And what an pleasant evening we have ahead. Before we share the flow, let me share a powerful line by Bhagavad Gita. Yogaha karmeshu koshalam. Excellence is achieved through purposeful action, and today we witness purposeful action from our founders who have traveled across borders. The event will begin with opening address, followed by inspiring keynote sessions. We will then invite our selected The NextLeap founders to take the stage for their pitches, which will be evaluated by our esteemed investor panel. The audience will also have the opportunity to express interest in potential collaboration or investment with the founders and startups. We will conclude the evening with a felicitation ceremony and a networking dinner.
Before that, a quick note to ensure a smooth demo day experience. Some house rules. No food is allowed inside the hall. Please keep your phones on silent mode and avoid side conversation during the pitches. Minimize movement to avoid disruption to the presenters. A dedicated room for meeting the startup is allocated on the right side of the auditorium hall. So after the pitches, if you intend to talk to any of the founders to express your interest for collaboration or investment, we would encourage you to use the room which is allocated. So moving on to the evening today, I would like to call upon CA Anuradha Shroff, a seasoned finance leader with 29 years across FP&A. USGAAP and taxation, IPOs and merger M&A, and investor relations with global MNCs. She has led shared service teams, partnered closely with C-suites, and contributed to major IPO processes. A chairperson to ICAI Singapore chapter, she advances the mission to engage, enable, empower with strong focus on women leadership. Happy to please join me in welcoming Ms. Anuradha Prof to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you, Millie and Kushal. Is the sound check okay? A very warm good evening to everybody. Sahas sarvatra vijaye. Courage leads to victory everywhere. Every big leap starts with a tiny spark. And today we are here because the spark caught fire. What was that spark? It all started when Kuldeep, Nishant, and I met over coffee, casually brainstorming. And just like that, the idea germinated. Yes, some of the best ideas start over coffee. Then caffeine is always not that bad. That moment reminded me, the smallest sparks can create the biggest change. This year is a very important year for Singapore. It's 60 years of Singapore independence, 60 years of India-Singapore diplomatic relationship. And when we were launching this program, we thought of what better than to celebrate that, a cross-border program which will connect startups from both countries. It felt like stars have aligned. Two nations who innovate together, innovation doubles. And yes, so does the WhatsApp traffic. My God, we did create a lot of WhatsApp while we were doing this whole project. We had a very interesting journey when BeyondSeed and we got together to create this program, Founders Forge or what it was, and then we realized, guys, we are doing it, so we are taking the next leap, and that's why we're calling it the next leap. We put 2025 because it's only the start of bigger things to come. So 2025 to maybe, 2075 one day. So it is, this is the Next Leap name itself encaptures what we are envisioning, help startup take the next leap into the future too. And then we had the power team. Our managing committee members, Kushal, Ayush, Anshu, Nikhil, together with Millie, Jagrati, Dhruv, and the BeyondSeed team, the superheroes worked tirelessly. Shanu and Abhishek from the MSME and startup committees who took calls at all hours, sometimes past midnight. And if you see them sipping extra coffee, you know why. This was a collective effort, and guys, we would not have been able to do it without all of us. We had immense, the engines got fired when President Charanjot Singh Nandaji and CA Gyan Mishra ji blessed us with taking the project forward. Both of them encouraged us, guided us, and cheered us on at every stage. And Gyan sir and Arpit, it's lovely to see you here today in person to give us more boost. So what did we achieve? When we rolled this out, we were not very sure. 44 startups registered, represented only India and Singapore. Interesting was that other countries representing, which we were not seeking for, wanted to join. We have interest from Australia, we had interest from Indonesia, but yes, we restricted to Singapore and India for now. Today, 10 startups are pitching, which is a combination of India, Singapore. We had 250 plus applications for mentors who wanted to mentor these 20 startups. So that itself was a huge boost to us, saying that they saw merit in what we had. We had 2 external jury members who gave their independent perspective on shortlisting the 20 to 10. We did 8 webinars, and we had 10 eminent speakers speak on those 8 webinars. And today you will see 8 panelists who will be evaluating the 10 startups. All the best to all of you. A dream becomes reality only when enough people believe in it loudly. We have to show ourselves that, yes, we did it. So I would like to give the thank yous to all the startups, mentors, jury members, speakers, and investors for believing in this initiative, for reading all our emails. That was very important, right? And our WhatsApps. And we know we were a little over the top. We were trying to market, but we wanted everybody to have the outreach. A warm thank you to CP Australia for believing us. Trust me, the number of people who told us, we will support you the second time. Do it the first time and we'll support you the second time. Ignatius, thank you for believing in us. And today, we have incredible guests with us. CA Suresh Prabhu is here with us to give us his keynote. Gyanchand Mishra ji is here, Arpit ji is here, and Ignatius is here, and our investor panel also. This program would not exist without a village of volunteers working from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. seamlessly. We launched this program on 1st of July, which was CA Day. It was done with a purpose. We wanted to believe in ourselves and believe that we became CA, so let's launch it on an auspicious day. And today, we are here, the NextLeap 2025, a program born of dedication, creativity, and teamwork. So now it's time for the big moment. Let's ring the bell, let's set the energy in motion, and let's take the next leap. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuradha, for this lovely opening remarks and setting the stage for the evening.
Thank you, Anu. Dear friends, now it is my privilege to introduce a renowned chartered accountant, banker, policymaker, and senior politician who has served as a senior parliamentarian of India. With over 30 years of public service, he has held 10 key union cabinet portfolios, including industry, power, environment and forest, railways, civil aviation, commerce and industry, and fertilizers and chemicals. I think list can only go long. He has represented India on a global stage as the Prime Minister's Sherpa to the G7 and G20 summits, playing a pivotal role in shaping the nation's agenda at these high-level forums. A prolific speaker and thought leader, he has delivered thousands of lectures on diverse topics such as education, economics, climate change, trade, governance, rural development, and sustainable development. His global engagement is equally remarkable, having led government, business, and think tank delegations to major conferences and summits across more than 100 countries, fostering international collaboration and policy dialogue. Join me in welcoming Shri C.A. Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister, Government of India, on the stage for his keynote speech.
So good afternoon, friends. Whenever we meet the dynamic members of the Singapore chapter, I really wonder what is that speciality, because normally the food is the same. When you paneer, something about the paneer, the food is the same, right? But somewhere it tastes so different than the rest of the things. So we wonder why ingredients are the same, stuff is same, recipe is the same, why is this tasting so differently? So Singapore chapter, and my friend who has come from Delhi, will agree, has something special about it, right? Kuch dynamism hai, of course, goes thanks to leadership, and all of you bring in different kind of a charm to any program that you organize. So actually I am here not for this program, but I am actually attending the Global Advisory Board meeting of Bloomberg. In fact, I am the only one from India who attended. So US Singapore Prime Minister hosted a dinner yesterday. Singapore Deputy Prime Minister was there in the morning. Now also I have to attend a program which is leadership dinner and program. A lot of presidents, prime minister from different countries, CEOs are all there. But when I learned that Singapore chapter is organizing this program, I said I'll come for a few minutes. I have to go there again and just to take something with me, the kind of dynamism that you all have. So this is a very interesting program that is organized today, which actually 10 startups will get funding. Indian startups will get funding from Singapore. Correct? So very interesting concept. Actually, it's always a issue. In fact, just now I came out of a very interesting roundtable, which was talking about how India is becoming technology powerhouse. I said I don't use the word powerhouse. I don't like such word. Superpower. I said we should never talk about superpower. We should never talk about powerhouse. You know, these are the things which will happen. And when they happen, people should say it. We should not talk about it, that we are a powerhouse, we are a superpower. It will happen. I'm sure it will happen. But when it happens, let others describe it like that. If I say I'm the best chartered accountant firm in the country, it is not the right thing. People should say that, right? So this is the one thing. But we are having that very interesting round table. I just came out of that, and now I have to go for a leadership dinner. So in that program, there's a lot of discussion going on about how India is becoming very attractive destination. And also there was a mention about the startups. I have personally been responsible for startup when I was Minister of Commerce and Industry. But I can see something which always an interesting concept, that startups in India and getting funding from some funders from Singapore. It's a very interesting concept. And you made it possible. So that's very important that the Singapore chapter played a role into making this happen. It's something very interesting. So I would like to offer you my best wishes. I'm not going to give you any gyan or any ideas or anything like that, because already all the capabilities brimming to the fore in this particular area. So Anuradha ji, thank you very much, and congratulations to you, your team, your dynamic members, and of course my friend Yagnik, and all of them. We are doing something really exceptionally good, and I wish that one day again I will be able to come and enjoy this dynamism. So all the best to you. I have to go back, so I'm not being here for a long period, but thank you very much.
Kuldeep Mirani ji, please come on the stage. Anuradha, Gyanchand Misra sir, Arpit sir, for the felicitation to Shri C.S. Suresh Prabhu sir ji. All the MC members and BeyondSeed team, please come on the stage. Past chairpersons, please, everyone come on the stage.
Thank you so much for the short time.
Thank you so much, Suresh Prabhu sir, for your remarks and taking time out. Thank you.
कुलदीप को बुला लेते हैं, आप बुला लीजिए, आपका ही।
Thank you, everyone. Next, I would like to call upon CA Kuldeep Mirani. Kuldeep leads BeyondSeed's mission to back early stage founders and strengthen Asia's startup ecosystem. As co-founder and CEO, he pairs strategic clarity with hands-on operational experience to help companies move from seed to scale. With a decade across investing, brand building, and strategy, and a track record of scaling consumer ventures, he brings a creative yet execution-driven approach. He has played a key role in securing capital, ecosystem partnership, and go-to-marketing pathways for startups across wellness, electronic vehicles, SaaS, fintech, and many, many more. Please join me in welcoming CA Kuldeep Mirani to share his remarks.
Thank you, Kushal, CA Kushal. Good evening, everyone. I was told that I would be speaking after Anu, and I was like, how do I follow up? And now I'm speaking after Suresh, sir. There's big cheating. How do I follow up on that? I'll try my best. Guys, it's a privilege to be here as a partner with ICAI Singapore chapter, ICAI overall, for this NextLeap program. As I speak more, you will understand the genesis of why we are here as a partner. As an initiative, it's not just business initiative for us. Somebody just asked me outside, what do you make out of this entire thing? I said, nothing. Why are you doing this? You will get to know in the next 3 minutes why are we doing this. India is my Janma Bhumi. Singapore is my Karma Bhumi. And to witness both come together through this accelerator, it's incredibly special for me. So now to the point, why are we doing this? Let me first share the formal version of it. BeyondSeed was founded on a very simple belief. early stage entrepreneurs don't just need capital, they need guidance, structure, and connections. They need bridges to markets, bridges to mentors, bridges to opportunities. When we began brainstorming, we realized that ICAI Singapore has exactly the same vision. And it was a no-brainer. The alignment was immediate. We knew we are not creating a program, we are building a platform which is going to change trajectories over here. That's why we are here today. Absolutely the right, but the formal version. The personal side of it. When I introduce myself to someone, I say, hi, I'm Kuldeep. It's a polite response back to me, hi. But when I say, I am CA Kuldeep Mirani, the response is very different. It's, oh, hi. You are a CA from India. What changed? CA changed something, right? What? It brings immediately to the other person's mind that this person has rigor, governance, and discipline. But if you look at it, these are the three basic hygiene qualities you need in a good founder as well. Of course, you need a great idea. You need to be a great innovator. You need all the market penetrations, go-to-market, market fit, everything. But you need resilience, discipline, governance, rigor. That's why we are doing this as a personal reason for me. We want to extend this stamp of credibility, this DNA of discipline to the startups in the NextLeap program. What you get is not a certificate, it's an identity. Okay. Together, we are not going to build startups. We are building founders who can lead with integrity, scale with discipline, and create impact that can outlive funding cycles and hype cycles, ups and downs. Let's build something that will last. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you ICAI for having us as partners, and all the best to the founders. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuldeep. So moving on next, I would like to invite CA Arpit Kabra, Vice Chairman, Committee on MSME and Startup of ICAI, to share his reflection on the program. Arpit Kabra is a young and visionary leader who has made a strong mark in finance, forensic accounting, and leadership. As one of the youngest Central Council member of ICAI, he embodies innovation and progressive thinking. As chairman of WIRC during 23-24, he led technology-driven reforms and skill development initiatives, empowering young professionals. So please put your hands together to invite Mr. Arpit Kabra.
Good evening, everyone. Let's have some energy, guys. पैसा मिलने वाला है यार. हाँ? Good evening, everyone. All right. So ICAI Singapore chapter. Lovely being here with all of you. I think one of those moments that we all cherish in our lives. You know, the kind of efforts that we are putting in. The ICAI back home in India. The kind of work that we are doing, the MSME and Startup Committee specifically. I have my chairman Gyan Chand Mishra, under the leadership of our president Charanjot Singh Nandaji and the vice president Prasanna Kumar D. You know, the 32 of us plus the 8 government nominees have been working very hard in working in alignment with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Ji Modi. You know, one of those things that is coming to light is this event that we are hosting here. And thanks to Anuradha madam, thanks to the entire Singapore chapter that we are seeing the day of the light. Just imagine for over past 2-3 months that we've done a hustle in terms of identifying some good startups across the country, different ideas, hearing all those stories and everything, whatever they've been doing, and then bringing them here on this very platform to raise funds. So I think thanks to BeyondSeed for making this possible. The NextLeap indeed is synonymous to the vision that ICAI wants to bring in. The startup and MSME committee that we work with, one of the most key aspects of what we want to do is, how symbolically, you just figure out how symbolically this is amazing, MSMEs start small. They are very small, but discipline-wise, they're strong, they're big. Governance, of course, they are good. Vision, they have a big one. Execution is something that sets them apart. And all these attributes are true for this country that we are sitting in right now. The 60th year that we are celebrating for Singapore, a small little mass of land. And with all these aspects of discipline, governance, vision, and execution, has made this country one of the most sought-after destinations. I think small in volume, but maybe 1/3 of the world's capital flows through this country. So that makes this synonymous to whatever that we are doing at ICAI. The MSME and startups hold a very, very special place today in the ecosystem of the growing power called India. Why I say this is because I've seen at root level, and just maybe an hour earlier we were having a discussion with CA Kuldeep, of course, and all of them. It's now time for us to invent and visit not India but the Bharat, because that is where the real, if I were to tell you, the big unicorns are actually being nourished. It is there where you will find the most satisfactory return on not only your capital but also on your emotions in that place called Bharat. At root level, at various smaller levels is where you will now find things that are making sure that a 3-hour line in a hospital just for treatment is being reduced to just maybe 10 minutes by a small startup based out of a small little place in MP called Piparia. No, these are the minds that are coming up, thanks to, of course, the internet, the YouTube and whatnot. But that literacy, that entire knowledge is making sure that, really investors get their value for money. Now, what is important here is, ICAI is trying to bring them on a national level. We want to bring them on a platform, we want to create a platform where, these startups and MSMEs can come, actually get hand-holded, actually get nourished, and of course, apart from the money, they get a huge ecosystem which helps them multiply their, with the limited skill sets that they have, they can multiply. And with this in idea, we have coined a beautiful term called Fathom. A Fathom means to like someone. And Fathom means, it's an acronym for finance, accounting, technology, human resource, operations, and management. So ICAI fathoms MSME. We are taking care of MSMEs on these aspects. And I would like ICAI Singapore, because we are now launching a concept called as MSME Startup Clinics. Now this clinics is nothing but a window where like-minded people could come and actually start working on these fathom aspects for a startup and an MSME. So if Singapore would want every Friday or one particular day, maybe in a one particular spot, you can invite, just like we had an event yesterday, you can invite those people there, showcase what's happening in different parts of the country. Maybe you'll get a write-up, maybe you'll get whatever, but these kind of platforms can be created right here in Singapore as well. And those clinics will be of tremendous importance for not only people who want to invest, but people who want to grow from this country as well. And that is what real collaboration means. I want to, before I give rest to my speech, I want to say in Hindi, there's a small little verse which glorifies diamond. And you know, diamonds are something which not only shines, but these are those diamonds. The startups that we have so many people over here. I know Ankush, Durga is here, and all the other 10 of them are here. You know, बेहतर से बेहतर की तलाश करें. It is our vision, it is our motto. बेहतर से बेहतर की तलाश करें, मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर की तलाश करें. समंदर यहाँ पे लिए important है because everything is around the sea. So if you have a river, don't settle for it. Try and go into the seas. बेहतर से बेहतर की तलाश करें, मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर की तलाश करें. टूट जाते हैं शीशे पत्थर की चोट से. एक शीशा होता है, उस पर अगर मैं पत्थर फेंकूं, फटाक से क्रैक हो जाएगा. बहुत ब्रिटल होता है, शाइन वो भी करता है, रिफ्लेक्शन वो भी देता है. बेहतर से बेहतर की तलाश करें, मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर की तलाश करें. टूट जाते हैं शीशे पत्थर की चोट से, टूट जाए पत्थर, ऐसे शीशे तराश करें, ऐसे शीशे तराश करें. To all of you, thank you very much for hosting all of us here. We from ICAI are really indeed proud. This platform has really given us a huge sense of satisfaction and relief that yes, whatever we are doing in this entire ecosystem, we are making a small impact, but a bigger one. Thank you everyone who's been here with NextLeap, and thank you ICAI Singapore for making this possible. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Arpit Kabra, for the insightful and very encouraging speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to our keynote sessions. Our first speaker is Professor Ignatius Rasiah, who is the Program Director at the Institute for Design and Engineering Leadership at the Faculty of Engineering, National University of Singapore, NUS. He also held a joint appointment as professor at the Young Lu Lin School of Medicine, NUS, up to 2023. Prior to joining NUS, he was with industry, and his last role was the Vice President for Breakthrough Research at Medtronic. Please join me in welcoming Professor Ignatius to the stage to deliver a keynote on Singapore ecosystem for startup support, development, and expansion.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to thank BeyondSeed and ICAI for inviting me today. I think this is a very special occasion. I didn't expect to have a former minister be present. So, okay, here are the slides. Kushal started with a Bhagavad Gita, and he said, excellence is happening through purposeful action. I'd like to show you a little bit about how purposeful action happens here in Singapore. And in the process, I'm also going to show you the entrepreneurial innovation ecosystem in Singapore. And I can't do justice to everything, so what I'll do is I'll show you a portion of it where possible. And let's see if the clicker works. Sorry? Okay, there it's going. Okay, let me go back. So today what I'd like to do is give you a little bit of an introduction and then give you an overview of the ecosystem, then dive a bit deeper because I can't do justice to all sectors, so I'll just do the healthcare system, and then give you, for especially the startups, a little bit about prototyping, transfer of production, and a little bit of other areas which you would be interested in. And finally, not least, funding, most important part. So with that, let me begin. You probably know Singapore stands as one of the top 10 ecosystems for startups in the world. This was published recently, and we are at number 7 at the moment. And next, it just isn't just the number, it's also the quantity and the volume that's happening. Singapore recently published that we have $4 billion worth of venture funding deals going through in Singapore. If you dive a little bit deeper, you will see and that more than half the deals in Southeast Asia is happening in Singapore. But in terms of dollar value, it's almost 2/3 of all deals happening in Singapore. So that's just the numbers. Now, beyond that, there is a reality that's happening in the last few years. You probably can see from the screen that it peaked at in 2022, where you had $8.5 billion, but the reality of the geopolitical ecosystem is such that funding has been getting tighter. So startups, if you're struggling, I understand, and I'm telling everyone to hunker down and stretch your dollar as much as you can, because times are a little bit difficult. And yet, it's the best of times. It's the worst of times, but it's also the best of times, because this is the time when we need to have the best digital infrastructure. More than half of, in fact, I think it's 60% there. I don't have to put anything there. You just go out there and have a look. You can see from transportation, from facilities, from whether it be water, electricity, whatever you want, they have matched and run beyond the whole region. So, having painted the big picture, let me go down to something more pertinent to you, which is the healthcare ecosystem, which I'm going to use as an example to show you the ecosystem. Now, this example, while it's about healthcare, it's also the same thing with AI, with finance, with quantum. You can go into water, electricity, which is energy, by the way, and aerospace, etc. All of them have similar ecosystems. So let me begin with the fact that the universities have set up on the left-hand side. In the middle, you have all the research institutions that are there for various specific areas. And then on the right-hand side, you see the hospital systems. So the whole healthcare ecosystem, starting from the universities to institutions to universities, and finally funding from EDB, Enterprise Singapore, SG Innovate, IPI, and finally you see an event called Switch. Some of you might have been there the last couple of weeks. So there is a whole ecosystem, and within healthcare, they are spending $16.88 billion. The lifespan of the average individual, which used to be hovering 30, 40 years ago around the 50s, 60s mark, has now hit 83. So real tangible results, and they have 120,000 over healthcare workers. And they haven't stopped, they're still building, they're still working on it, and you can see the ecosystem of the healthcare agencies, education, etc. Now, if you see on the map, there are 3 major clusters: the University Healthcare Cluster, National Healthcare Group, and the Sing Health Cluster. They cover the entire island and they coordinate with each other. I happen to sit on the left-hand side of that screen, which is the National University Healthcare sector, and let me talk to you about them. The National University of Singapore has a whole healthcare ecosystem. What does it look like, and how can you, startups, leverage that? So beginning with the whole system, you have the hospital on the left, and they are taking care of more than 1 million people. Sorry. Okay, it's all coming together. So on the left, you have the university healthcare system, which is worried about taking care of 1 million over people. In the middle, you have the university medical college working with the hospitals, collaborating. But on the other hand, they're working with the engineering faculty, making sure innovations are coming through. And at the far right, you see the entrepreneurship aspect, which is the NUS Enterprise working with all of them. Okay, that's all great. So we have a whole bunch of hospitals that they've built, specialty centers, and then public health, polyclinics, etc. So this is the broad picture of the system. Within that, for innovation, which is what you are interested in, we have the Center for Innovation in Healthcare on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you have iHealth Tech. The Center for Innovation in Healthcare sits within the hospital, while the iHealth Tech sits within the university, and we have lots of programs which you can leverage, and centers and research collaborations with corporate partners. Okay, all good and boring. Let's get to something more interesting. The big problem is innovators come up with all kinds of crazy ideas. There is a gap because when you want to go into the hospital and make sure whether it's working, whether here in the polyclinics, hospitals, or in a nursing home in India, how do you get some innovation to be used by and large by everybody? So there is this huge gap, what we call as a value gap. How do you, I mean, you think you have the best thing since sliced bread, but how do you make sure everybody wants it and will use it? Well, India is not the only place. Even in Singapore, we are struggling with this question. And this is where we have now the Center for Innovation in Healthcare, and they're available. There's a person called Dr. Rina Lim there, who, if you're interested, you could go and talk to, will connect you with the entire network. Just 2 days ago, I had the pleasure of talking to the British High Commission. They had 15 startups. They are now connecting with them, and they're already talking to specialties like radiology, gynecology, people doing hip replacements, etc., and collaborating with them already. Now, similarly, we have what we call as practice-changing innovations, PCI, where the hospital tells you what they want. And then not just one hospital, you check with all the other hospitals, and we facilitate that so that your innovation gets to be used there. And you can see from artificial intelligence, digital health, to various areas of work. We also have a clinical support area where you have consultation in all areas. And there's a Dr. Zubin Daruwala, who is the contact person. So instead of just showing you slides, we are able to connect you with the actual individual who will then get you into the right place to have the right conversation. At the same time, in the background, these centers like the National Institute of Health, Innovation Center will even provide the funding for you if it is the right thing to do. So, and next I talk about the iHealth Tech, which is a center within NUS, National University of Singapore, where they're not just working with the university and hospital, but they're also working with industry. So you may be a startup, but you can partner with others in the industry so that you are not just talking about your little device, you're talking about who's going to do production, who is going to do the regulation, who's going to do the legal paperwork, etc. They have all the support structure within this organization. Oh, but then, you know, startups don't usually have money. So if you don't have money, we have stuff you can do for free. So this is the free part, where you can bring your project into the Medical Grand Challenge within the university, and there are prizes to be won. Just this year, when we put out the call, we had 108 teams apply from across the world. So we have projects from China, I don't know about India, but definitely from Indonesia, Malaysia, the West, and so on. So we have 108 applicants, and it's finishing in August next year, and there is a prize, I think, about $15,000 or $20,000. This team that I'm showing you was the last team that won. You see the ladies at the bottom right-hand side. One lady happens to be a medical student from Malaysia. The other lady, a biomedical student from NUS. And a third doctor from some part of India, I think somewhere around Bangalore, collaborated with each other to come up and turn the idea into something real. And they won the award. I think it's to do with urinary tract infection. So this is real. And every year this happens. You can become part of this. Don't have to spend a cent, but you can win the awards. And if you win these awards, you get recognized locally, and you have funds and possibility of getting further funding for your work. I myself run a program called Tech Launch. Just so happens some of my former students of Tech Launch are sitting in the audience as well. This is a program, again, it's free. Come with your innovation, and we will put you through masters and graduate students who will work with each other, whether it be business students, they be medical students, computer science, engineering, etc. They will work together over a 13-week period, and they will then put the whole solution to you for the market segment that you want. I think many of you may be familiar. So this program starts with you bringing the technology or the prototype, and we then make them scour the earth. We provide all the resources from the university, from market research databases like Frost & Sullivan, Gartner, etc. And then they then go do primary market research, and that's when they go into places like in India, they've been to places like Jharkhand or Mumbai or some remote places in Tamil Nadu or in China or in Thailand, etc. And then they figure out the actual requirements from the ground. And then they put together and do an opportunity assessment and figure out the production plan, the development plan, the go-to-market business model, because they've talked to the people on the ground, and then they put a pitch deck together, which they pitch to industry. And the last of these happened just last week. These are some of the entrepreneurs. For the last 10 years, I've been involved in this program. We have started more than 100 companies. Many of them have gone on to China and US and other parts of the world, the Europe as well. Next, I wanted to talk to you about, so I've told you about some of the possible areas. These are some of the areas where you can connect with them if you want. But beyond that, if you are looking at how do I get this into low-cost production, how do I do the design work for the stuff that we are doing, then here you have companies like M Design, which is a local, I'm just giving you one example, but there are many of them around who will not only design the product, but will give you sources in China and Malaysia and elsewhere to actually do the production. And then this gives you a feel for M Design itself, how they have half their projects all from startups in this ecosystem. And for those prototyping, Singapore government, if you have 30% ownership, will provide, if you have the right qualification, the funding. At the proof of concept stage, you get 250,000. If you go beyond, in fact, now I think they're moving it up to 400,000. And then for actual production, what they call is POV, proof of value, it used to be 500,000. They're moving it up even higher. So you do get a lot of money. These are just some examples of the projects we've done in the past, which have already gone into production. This is another company, Zentic. They do the same kind of thing. These are some of their products. So I'm just giving you actual potential connections you can make for working here. Now, I'm not going to go into all the other details, but if you want distribution, we have companies that are looking for you. And if you have need for funding, we can talk about angel funding and other types of funding. And to that end, if I can get the slides, there is an organization called ICAI, funded by the Singapore government, that wants to talk to you. Even if you are a foreign startup, they will help you because they can provide, if I can get the slide going, they can provide open innovation forums. They can provide international co-funding, innovation funding calls. They can bring technology to you from any part of the world, and they will also provide innovation advisors. And let me just show you some of the advisors. They have people in aerospace. They have people in food technology. They have people in AI. They think about whatever, marine. They have advisors. You might just see my face there as well. I'm one of the innovation advisors for the Singapore government. So we are not just giving you money. We're not only giving you the connections. We're even giving you people who can help you from that industry. So the kind of support, purposeful, what did you call it, Kushal? Purposeful action. So this is what purposeful action looks like. So they provide also scouting expertise and landscaping for you. I want to also talk about funding. While you can have angels, and I'll talk about that, there is also the possibility of working with digital banks. If you go to the standard banks, ICAI or HSBC or Standard Chartered, etc., they have a certain level of requirement. But we now have digital banks that are willing to reach out to you. And it just so happens Dalon from Digital Bank, ANEX, is also sitting at the back here. Thank you for coming, Dalon. And if you guys want to reach out to him, talk to him after this, because they provide, they are focused on startups, and they're trying to figure out how can we help you where you are. That means even if you're sitting in Mumbai or in Hyderabad, doesn't matter. They are willing to sign you on remotely. And they are also looking at various forms of funding for you, whether it be bridging loans or, and here are just some numbers from them. I've been talking to them, and they're talking to me because they want to work with our startups. So if you want to join them, please talk to them. And I'm trying to move on to next slide to show you that they also have various supply chain financing, embedded finance, cross-border financing, and you don't have to be in Singapore to start this, right? Okay, so that's another funding. Now, I talked about Angels Network. I'm just going to give you, this is more, Angels, there is a whole long list I might provide afterwards, but I've been talking about healthcare. Some of you are interested in more the IT software areas and so on, and as things move on, AI Singapore is an organization where Singapore, just like the healthcare ecosystem, has a whole strategy for AI, and they have and it's published. Go and have a look at AI Singapore, and they will then connect you. There's a person called Mr. Koo Seng Ming who does that. Come and see me, I'll give you a connection to him. SG Innovate is also looking for local and foreign startups to partner with and lend you over here if you want. So lots of support, lots of help, lot of purposeful action, and accept the clicker. Oh, funding. Yes. Oops, that went where? Did you get that? So there is an Angel Central in Singapore. BeyondSeed, if you want to go beyond BeyondSeed, you can talk to Angel Central, and they routinely have you pitching online to them, and they will have a bunch of angels just waiting to fund you if you meet their requirements. Next, I have a list of all the angels just for AI, for those who are interested. But don't stop there. There's a link there. That link, you can choose the angels and the VC funds for different sectors. Healthcare, whatever other sectors you are in, climate. There are angels in Singapore who are interested in you, and this is a list. This is yet another link map of money that provides various sorts of sources. So these days you can get all of this on the internet. If I can go on to the next. Guys, can you help me out? Okay, so I want to finish up, and I'm not sure if I've overrun my time, Anu, but I just wanted to say that we have a really vibrant ecosystem. We can get things for free, a little bit of money, all the way to the consultant type stage. At the same time, in the back, you have all kinds of support, from the university all the way to prototyping and into production, not just in Singapore, but across the region. With that, I want to tell you, come, join us, and let's engage and have purposeful action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ignatius, for the insightful sharing on the Singapore's startup ecosystem and the government's initiative that supports entrepreneurs from idea creation to funding. It's truly encouraging to see how strongly the innovation culture is being promoted. And I think if I remember the website correctly, it was Map of the Money, quite interesting to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Professor Ignatius.
So moving forward to the evening, I would like to invite our next keynote speaker, CA Gyanchand Mishra ji. CA Gyanchand Mishra ji is a chartered accountant with over 26 years of experience, a commerce postgraduate, law graduate, insolvency professional, and associate member of ICSI. His long-standing service for ICAI spans from Ghaziabad branch to the Central India Regional Council, and he now serves his second consecutive term as a Central Council member 2025 to 2029. He leads major national roles as Chairperson of Insolvency and Valuation Standards Board, Chairman of MSME and Startup Committee, Vice Chairman of Peer Review Board, and Director additionally at IIPI. Founder of Gyan Ki Baat Foundation, he remains committed to knowledge sharing, professional empowerment, and shaping a more inclusive tech future for the CA professions. So please join hands to invite Gyanchand Mishra ji.
This one? Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. So, thank you so much, dear Kushal and Millie. Before I start, let me acknowledge my gratitude to Singapore chapter of the CA Institute, as they have organized this very innovative and very wonderful program in the interest of the ecosystem of startup. In absentia to former Cabinet Minister of Government of India, our dear Chief Guest, and also a Chartered Accountant, CA Suresh Prabhu ji, who has just spoken and interacted with us. He was short of time. He had certain other meetings, so he has to go. Professor Ignatius, who spoke very well, thankful to you, sir, to guide and mentor the startups, not only of India, but also to the various destinations of the world. My young and dynamic Vice Chairman, C.R. Pit Kabra ji. And let me tell you, friends, I always believe that youth are taking the innovation and they are taking the country ahead. And as far as accounting profession is concerned, we are very happy to share that probably first time the average age of the Central Council members of the Institute is below 45 years. So Institute is also representing the youths. So welcome to you, Arpit ji, to the council, and of course leading the profession from the front. And he is contributing to the committee as not only, as vice chairman, but he is a good forensic auditor and contributing in that direction too. A person who needs no introduction to you, but of course, I met her 3 years back, Anuradha madam, when I came first time, Singapore, when I had to do resolve, and I well remember my good friend Somnath ji was chairperson at that time. So had a great bonding at that time, and since then we are continuing it. And this program especially is going to take this bonding ahead, because Chartered Accountancy Institute as of now is representing about 5 lakhs members and about 1.2 million students. Probably the only institute across the globe having the same set of examination, no reservation, and the members who have passed the exams, they always think, God, don't give the opportunity to appear again. And of course, all managing committee members of Singapore chapters, startups who have come here, ladies and gentlemen, one person to whom I am speaking at last, but very close, Kuldeep Bhai. BeyondSeed, when he connected us first, we were very sure that we will do it. There were certain, ups and downs. But my kudos to Madam Anuradha. She was after the institute, and institute was very willing to do it. That's why we are here to make it happen. And I'm really thankful to each one of you that each one trusted, and we trusted the chapter, and chapter had done it. So thank you everyone. Now I will come to the main part. So friends, a little introduction about the ICAI. We are from the biggest accounting body, from the biggest democracy of the world. And it's not only to say, but we practice it. The India is one of the highest growth rate country as of now in the world. Why India is so special? 2-3 points. Number one, demography. The average age of India as of now is less than 27 years. So what we expect in that India will certainly become the economic superpower in coming time. Number two, thirst to grow. Everyone in India is working day and night, not only to match the vision of our Honorable President, but of course, the thirst that I and we have to become big. So to become big is very big thing. And to become big, you have to think big. And that's how the India is following it. The third thing, very important thing, the geopolitical system is very good. India is growing in the dynamic leadership of a leader who are politically it is very sound and stable. So we are expecting that the coming time, when as of now, very precisely 1,59,000 startups are registered in India. 1,59,000, again I am repeating, are registered. And there are so many who are not registered. Very close to 1 million startups are working in India. They are not looking towards fund only, they are looking for the hand holding also. I discussed with Kuldeep ji. The second thing, about 6 crore MSMEs are working. So you see the size. Probably some of the good countries don't have this much population, that much we have the MSMEs and the startups, which are looking to grow. The government's policies and government's thought with respect to the growth of the ecosystem of MSME and the startup is immense. In India, each and every district center has been given the task to accomplish, to raise the MSMEs to the expectation of the government. Each state government has been given the target. So now you can think how much the government is concentrating on MSMEs and startups. Well said by RPG. These startups are basically the gems. We have to polish them. We have to present before the ecosystem of the economy. So now, this is the time of celebration in my view, that we should push them, we should handhold them, we should make them that they are the integral part of the growth model of the business of any country. As far as relationship with Singapore is concerned, well said by Anuradha Madam in her opening remark, we are celebrating 60 years after diplomatic relationship. And let me tell you friends, this is the country where everyone is happy. Happy because happiness comes from inside. And inside is happy when your pocket is happy. So, for every Indian who is here, my request would be not only handhold the startups and MSMEs of India, but just make your mind towards their growth also. Because the coming decade would be where the Indians will be representing at the global stage at best and at the best of the numbers too. The third thing that I would like to discuss, that is the technology. I am very happy to share that in digital payment, that Professor will probably admit it, India is at number 1. The number of digital payments that is happening in India, not in any country in ratio to. So think about a country which is technology driven, massive population, consumption oriented. Third, most importantly, India has always been known for the trust and integrity. Any penny invested will pay you. Because each one who is working in India towards this segment, they are not looking for the short-term money. They want a strategic investor who could handhold him to the better level. In India, we have come up with the SME IPOs in the stock exchanges. I am happy to share the SME IPOs are giving such a huge return, 3,000% return in 3 years. Can you imagine it, sir? So my simple and single message is, be part of the country and collaborate with the startups and MSMEs of the country and try to make your vision accomplish along with the vision of the MSMEs and startups of India. How ICAI is working in this ecosystem, briefly in 1 minute. The vision of the leader of the country is the vision of the institute. We are here to contribute to the vision of our Prime Minister. His vision is to make the country the 3rd largest economy in the next 4 years. And if India is going to become the 3rd largest economy, the role of the chartered accountants would be the biggest role. Because money matters and chartered accountants understand how the money to make it matter. So the chartered accountants of our country, not only who are practicing or in providing service in the industry in India, but chartered accountants who are giving their services abroad, their role is more important. And as far as our initiatives in the country is concerned, we have undertaken responsibility from the MSME ministry to train and handhold even the MSMEs who are at the smallest city of the country. That's why all the 186 branches of the country of CA Institute, they are now starting the MSME clinic. What is MSME clinic? MSME clinic is a place where the startups or MSMEs can come and they can ask for number 1, their compliance issues, their handholding issues, their finance problem, their investment issues, and all the ecosystem issues, and we people will provide all these services that is pro bono, without charging single penny. So this is the first thing we people are doing. The second, MSME ministry has given us mandate to train the MSMEs through DFOs of various districts in the country. So in the direct contribution of the MSME's growth, startups growth, the ICAI is pledged to make it happen, and I am sure about it that in the coming time, the relationship of Singapore and of India, that will strengthen more. The way this company BeyondSeed has taken the initiative to have one program here. I invite you, sir, to come to India. We are going to have one more program. And I would be happiest one when after 3 years, this hall is in waiting. From both perspective, one from perspective of the investment and the perspective of the inter-country relationship. I'm too happy because when it comes to come to Singapore, it's always very, privilege to me. One last thing that I would like to tell, invest to the right institution, invest to the right organization with the right perspective. And perspective of India is very clear, that is to grow. With fair means, with trust, with innovation, with excellence. And the profession is also proving it, that each and every professional who is practicing in the country or abroad, they have always made the institute proud. And this pride comes from each one of you who have taken the flag of the institute to the newer heights. So without taking much time, as I understand there is paucity of time and we have to listen the thoughts of our startups who have come across, not only from India but other countries also. And I'm sure about it that this relationship will continue, grow, and take us to the newer heights. Thank you, Singapore, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, CA Gyanchand Misra, sir, for your sharing about what ICAI and the Committee on MSME and Startups of India, of ICAI is doing in India. Thank you, sir, for sharing. And we definitely look forward to next years to do this again together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Under current year's ICAI visionary leadership of current ICAI President, CA Shri Charanjot Singh Nandaji, the ICAI theme, Vishvashniya, meaning reliable, reaffirms the Institute's commitment to trust, integrity, and nation building. We will now be playing the video on theme Vishvashniya. Post that, we will take 15 minutes break. Thank you.
In a world of constant change, a partner that stands firm with deep-rooted values of excellence, independence, and integrity, and embracing the motto, Jaish Sutteshu Jagrati. Driving India's economic growth is ICAI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI stands committed to strengthening India's leadership in accounting and finance. Under the visionary leadership of CA Charanjot Singh Nanda, the 73rd President of the world's largest accounting body, ICAI, embarks on a transformative journey.
I'm thrilled, honored to assume the position as 73rd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I want to tell you that I have dreams which I've seen over so many years before assuming this position. 3 important agendas for this council. Number 1, we mean business. When I come in a commanding position, you will see that there are certain sweeping changes. We want this to be as a boardroom, which does professional business, which transacts agenda which is of high order. Second important thing, the plight of members and students has to improve. Along with members and students and council, we have to take our employees along. They work exceptionally well in pressure. Let them ease out and work in normal circumstances in the same vigor in which they work in pressure.
The theme for the year 2025-26, Vishvashniya, meaning trustworthy, resonates with the commitment to be a trusted partner in India's development, illuminating the path towards Viksit Bharat. Asmakam karyam Vishvasniyam Viksit Bharatasya Samarpitam cha asti, meaning our work is trustworthy and dedicated to a developed India. Vision for Viksit Bharat. V in Vishvasniya symbolizes a vision to make India a Vishwa Guru in the accounting world and steering the nation towards becoming a Viksit Bharat by 2047.
अपनी देश की इकोनॉमी को सही रास्ते पे ले जाने के लिए ये डेडिकेटेड फोर्स है और मैं डायस से एज 73rd प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट आपको कह रहा हूं सर, ये सब देश के लिए मर मिटने को तैयार है सर।
आईसीआई इंस्टीट्यूट जो कहती है वो करती है। तो अगर तीसरी इकोनॉमी का वादा कर लिया आपने तो पूरे देश में आपके मेंबर्स हैं, उनमें आप अपनी ये भावना फैलाइए कि भारत को सबसे बड़ी तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हमें बनाना है और जब आप लग जाओगे तो निश्चित रूप से तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगी।
As far as chartered accountancy profession is concerned, highest ethical profession is there, this chartered accountancy. Because we've got such a, I don't say that by birth itself somebody becomes ethical. And by virtue of law, the implementation of law, and the punishment that you have, those things that become as deterrents to see that you are not unethical.
I, integrity and ethics.
ICAI ने यूडीन यानी यूनिक डॉक्यूमेंट आइडेंटिफिकेशन नंबर की शुरुआत की है। इसके जरिए चार्टर्ड अकाउंट्स के प्रमाण पत्रों का सत्यायन हो रहा है। व्यवसाय में प्रामाणिकता की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपकी यूडीन के जरिए ये सार्थक प्रयास शुरू किया गया है।
In the world of finance, where trust is paramount, ICAI stands tall as a beacon of integrity and ethics, shaping professionals who uphold the highest standards of ethics and accountability.
आपका सिग्नेचर सत्यता की, भरोसे की गवाही देता है। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स देश के इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम के भरोसेमंद एम्बेसडर होते हैं। आप सरकार और टैक्स देने वाले नागरिकों और कंपनियों के बीच इंटरफेस का काम करते हैं। आपका सिग्नेचर देश के प्रधानमंत्री के सिग्नेचर की वो ताकत नहीं है जो ताकत एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की होती है।
Indian chartered accountants have earned unparalleled recognition for their trustworthiness and expertise. The accounts you sign inspire such immense confidence that the people invest crores of rupees based solely on your word.
S stands for sustainability and social impact. That is embedded in ICAI's core and actions. Going ahead this year, ICAI has formed a special group on impact financing that will focus on profit, people, and planet. To inspire eco-conscious living among CA fraternity, a special group on enabling lifestyle for environment or life has been created, promoting sustainability in daily life. H, holistic professional and leadership development. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda is an ardent proponent of holistic professional and leadership development. He believes that a healthy mind and a balanced life are the true foundations of professional success. Bringing the vision to action, a specialized committee on promoting work-life balance has been set up to promote well-being and personal development among members, students, and employees. A for accelerating digital transformation. To keep Indian CAs at the forefront, ICAI is continuously accelerating digital transformation initiatives and has further strengthened the AI in ICAI Committee, focusing on data analytics to elevate AI-driven solutions and education to the next level. S for stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is vital for true progress, and President ICAI strongly advocates public participation, emphasizing Janabhagidari at all levels. ICAI will actively collaborate with stakeholders for knowledge sharing, policy making, educating and creating awareness, and fostering collective growth.
ICAI salutes our armed forces and every paramilitary force personnel who risk their life for our freedom. Our gratitude must not be seasonal, it must be perennial, it must be perpetual, it must be far-reaching. Let us all support their families with respect, opportunity and care.
End Nation First approach. Dedicating over 1.4 million CA professionals and students for the progress of the nation, ICAI embodies a nation-first approach, underscoring its commitment to India's economic progress.
लेकिन भगवान से दुआ है कि अगर अगली जिंदगी हो तो हिंदुस्तान में जन्म लूं। एक हिंदुस्तानी होना मेरे लिए फख्र की बात है और मैं मानता हूं आप सबके लिए फख्र की बात है। ऐसा देश नहीं मिलता, ऐसी मां नहीं मिलती जिसके गोद में आप हमेशा महफूज हैं।
We are truly grateful. We are also incredibly humbled that you are here and that your visit has come soon after the tragic events that this very town had to face. Most of you with spouses, many of you with children. Now you wouldn't do that if you didn't truly believe in the place.
ICAI के माननीय सदस्य ने इस देश के अंदर एक एथिकल प्रैक्टिस को लागू किया। विभिन्न फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर्स के अंदर उनकी लेखा परीक्षा में शुचिता लाए, उनकी ऑडिट में शुचिता लाए और उसी के साथ साथ भारत की तेजी से बढ़ती अर्थव्यवस्था के अंदर आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान के अंदर।
हम बड़े रेजिलिएंट प्रोफेशन है जी। जैसे जैसे देश को हमारी जरूरत होती, जैसे जीएसटी इंट्रोड्यूस होना था जी, हम सदैव तत्पर थे, तो हम सदा कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलते हैं। अगर आप बात करें बजट से पहले प्री बजट मेमोरेंडम, पोस्ट बजट मेमोरेंडम, डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स हम देते हैं जी। तो एज ए प्रोफेशन हम स्टैंडर्ड सेट करते हैं। वी सेट अप अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, इंडियस ऑडिटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स। तो तमाम दुनिया के साथ हिंदुस्तान साथ चले और अग्रणी भूमिका में रहे, उसके लिए हम कार्यरत हैं।
I stands for innovation and entrepreneurship, driving startups and MSMEs. Through initiatives like the ICAI Startup Samvad and MSME Yatra, ICAI provides free advisory services, capacity building programs and financial empowerment, strengthening MSMEs as the growth engines of the economy. Why? Youth and women-led development. ICAI believes that youth are the architects of change and women-led development is the foundation of a progressive nation. With 67% of its members aged 40 or younger and one-third being women, ICAI is fostering a new era of leadership and inclusivity.
It's also heartening to know that the ICAI has started financial and tax literacy campaigns. I understand you're doing it all through the country. And this is going to help a lot of people, in spite of all that is available in public domain. A lot of people still get carried away by misinformation campaigns. And when you as Chartered Accountancy institution, run a financial literacy and tax literacy campaign, it certainly has a lot of credibility.
A for accountability, trust and transparency. As the financial soldier of the economy, ICAI marches with accountability, stand firm on trust and illuminate the path with transparency, safeguarding prosperity, ensuring stability and strengthening the financial landscape of the country.
इस पूरे देश की आर्थिक व्यवस्थाओं के लिए डॉक्टर, मैं तो आपको सही में फाइनेंशियल डॉक्टर कहूंगी देश का, जो फाइनेंशियल हेल्थ जो है पूरे देश की ठीक रखे हुए हैं। जैसे डॉक्टर में अपने लोगों को विश्वास होता है कि मेरा डॉक्टर सबसे बढ़िया, ऐसे सीए में विश्वास होता है कि जो मेरे सीए ने कह दिया तो बस वही सबसे बड़ी। तो इसलिए आपके ऊपर जो विश्वास आपके क्लाइंट का है वही सच मायनों में ताकत है।
Vishvashniya is a vision where digital revolution, leadership, innovation, integrity, sustainability unite with humanity to shape a prosperous India. Together, we forge a developed India that inspires the world. ICAI है निरंतर प्रयासरत अपने लक्ष्य की ओर, बनाना है विकसित भारत, थामे सशक्त विश्वास की डोर।
Such an amazing presentation of the ICAI. We'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll be back to here at 6:40. Let's take a quick 10 minutes break. See you all at 6:40.
मुंह पे कुछ लगा मुंह पे लगा तो नहीं कचौड़ी समोसा
The one in the line. Requesting all to please be seated as you all are fueled now to go on to the next leap pitches. So requesting everyone in the hall and outside the hall to please come in and please be seated. They will see from here also. They had Moving on to the most awaited part of the evening, the top 10 NextLeap startup pitches. These founders have emerged after an intensive 8-week journey of masterclasses, one-on-one mentorship, and challenging evaluation from our external juries. We have put in the work, they have put in the work, refined their vision, and earned their place on the stage today.
Before we begin, let me share a little about the startup mix presenting their pitches today. Our top 10 NextLeap cohort startups are building solutions across sustainability, fintech, healthcare, deep tech, MSME development, and more, spanning across India and Singapore. Each of them comes with a strong sense of purpose, a focus on problem solving, and the determination to scale beyond borders. Millie, why not let's take everyone through how the pitches session will run?
Absolutely. So let me walk you through how the pitching segment is going to run through the evening. Each startups will get 6 minutes to present their pitch. This will be followed by a 4-minute question and answer from our investor panel. A timer will be running throughout. The first bell will ring at a 4-minute. That's a signal for you that you have only 2 minutes to go for ending your pitch. So the first bell is just a single one. The final bell will be the 3 rings. Thereon, we will have a question answer session, and there will be a final bell at the end of 10 minutes.
Thank you, Millie. Now may I invite and introduce our investor panel joining us for the startup pitching session. CA Gyanchand Misra sir, Chairman, Committee on MSME and Startup, ICAI. Sir, please come on the stage. CA Anuradha Shroff, Chairperson, ICAI Singapore Chapter. CA Kuldeep Nurani, Co-Founder and CEO, BeyondSeed. Mayank Jain, Managing Partner and CEO, ThinkWait. Piyush Chaplot, CEO, Innovation Partners Capital. Shashwat Kumar, Managing Partner, Khetal Advisory. Yogiraj Nadgoda, COO and co-head of investments, Lajara Capital, and Jubin Gandevia, founder, Venture Catalyst. Let's give a big round of applause to all our investor panel. A quick and important note for our audience. If you are interested in exploring investments, partnerships, or any form of collaboration with a startup, please fill out the form by scanning the QR code that will be displayed on the screen. All expression of interest by the audience will be shared directly with the founders after the event.
So I hope you all have received the QR code. It was put up on the registration table. If not, we will just circulate the printout. You may take the QR code and you may intend to give your preferences of either collaboration or investment to our startups. So now let's begin with the startup pitching with the first startup of the evening. That's AeroNero, a patented deep tech atmospheric water generator delivering alkaline mineralized drinking water anywhere, anytime. Inviting founder Durga Das to present the pitch.
Yeah, they'll put the presentation.
Yeah, let him play. Could you just play the anthem? Where's the video? Where's the video? Where's the video?
Durga, you want to say that this is to the audience, like what are we playing first?
Yeah. So, hi everyone, good evening. I'm Durga Das. I'm the founder and CEO of AeroNero. Happy to be here in Singapore with you all this evening. So what I'm about to play is something I did for Prime Minister Modi for Man Ki Baat. Everyone talks about AI. I am way past the Gen Z age, as you might have noticed. And I was wondering, why is it I can't do something with AI? And one night I woke up, and as a good South Indian girl, of course I learned music when I was a kid. So I decided to write a song to showcase what I do. So let's play one verse, just a short verse.
To the world so wide, AeroNero, stand with pride. AeroNero, rising high, pulling water from the sky. One drop, one change, one world to save. Together we will lead the way for every life, for every dream. Water flows like a steady stream, sustaining life, one drop for all.
Thank you. So it's just one verse of the song to show what I do. So basically you know what I do now. I make machines that make water from air. A little bit about my background. Sit up. Okay, while they're putting it up, as I said, I am from Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I lived in the valley, in Silicon Valley for about 30 years, building technology. I played professional sport, cricket, both for India as well as the United States. I captained the US team for about 7 years. I sail competitively now, and I think I got to a stage in my life where I was wondering, what the hell am I doing? We are all going to die one day. Being a deeply philosophical and spiritual person, I decided I had to do something more meaningful in my life, something more impactful. And as the divine would have it, I was playing cricket in South Africa with the US team, and Cape Town ran out of water. This was in 2018. The next year, my home city, Chennai, ironically with the second longest beach in the world, ran out of water. And every year we have deluge and drought without fail. And that prompted me to say, the problem was staring me in the face, why don't I do something about water? And hence I jumped into AeroNero. As the name says, Aero is air, Nero is water. We're a deep tech company focused on pushing the boundaries of science in the space of water. I don't need to preach to the choir. You all know the problem, especially Singapore has done a fabulous job with its water management, but it doesn't stop them from trying. In fact, yesterday when I landed, I went to Vida City, which has taken over Project Shri from the NTU, where we had sent one of our machines, and I helped them install it before I came to my hotel. So it goes to show that Singapore is looking to sustainable living, sustainable housing, and water from air is definitely part of that equation. Bottled water, as you all know, is terrible. Microplastics, PFAS is everywhere. Going to take a zillion years to get that problem solved. So the only other solution is go to air. 7 times more water in the moisture in the air than in the ground. 7 times. And yet, we wait for it to rain, dig, treat, waste, bottle, transport. Why, when you can take it straight from air? And that's what we do. As a deep tech company, we're the only company in the world with 2 technologies and patents in both, condensation and desiccation. Of course, at question time, if any of you want to know more about it, I will, but I have, for paucity of time, I'm going to run through this presentation. So we have both condensation and desiccation. And my mission, I told you, the products we have, the bubble is like a small microwave turned on its side, about 26 inches tall. It gives you 20 liters of alkaline mineral water every day. And that replaces your Evian and Perrier. We go all the way to stackable modular systems that are 500,000, 5,000 and more. We've also started looking at doing solutions for the Army, for the defense, to make water on the move. We have a data center that monitors all our machines, so we know the kind of water we produce. We've also looked at starting to bottle water. It's called Aquair. This is for hotels and hospitality segment. This was prompted by one of my biggest customers, the Prestige Builders, the group in Bangalore. They gave us 30 projects and 35,000 homes to start with, and now we're signing up 20 more builders. We also are working with the Army to produce water in Leh Ladakh, higher altitude, low humid conditions, and that of course is going to take us to a greater audience wherever it is cold, because not all of my competitors can work where the weather is cold or where humidity is low, and that's where we excel. A little bit about the note. Air water generation is the future of water. It is in the air. Everybody is jumping into it. The US is now actively looking at it to use it in all their homes. Builders are implementing it everywhere, Texas, Florida, Virginia, Hawaii. I'm planning to set up in Singapore for the region. I've set up in Mexico. Mexico is doing it in 1 million homes as we speak. Like I said, number of players in this space, but we are different because of technology, footprint, design, and the fact that we are constantly innovating. We have a bunch of people in the space, a lot of investments as well. We're raising money as we speak, and we've been profitable the last 3 years, and I intend to grow 10x and also raise and be profitable this year as well. We have Rizwan Razak of Prestige, Mr. Ramadare of TCS, Kiran Deshpande, Tech Mahindra, Calipina Ventures from Philadelphia, Jamwan, the only deep tech defense fund in India, as also part of our investor, our friends and family investment group. And this is about me a little bit. We won a bunch of awards since last year, from the Health Assembly in Geneva to the recent Tech Sparks. We were in the top 30.
We have a time up, Durga, if you can just finish in next 20 seconds.
I'm done. Okay, great. So I'm just saying that we won a bunch of awards and we have a great team. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for this amazing pitch, Durga. So any questions from the panel?
I think if you can elaborate a bit on your IP, why you and what's so unique, and also tell us about what would be the cost per liter of producing it.
Sure. We are the only company in India that has an air water generation IP. We're the only company in the world with both condensation and desiccation IPs. No, everyone doesn't have an air water generation IP, but there are other players in this space. What makes us different is we work on nanomaterials, coil design, we work on efficiencies, footprint. Making it miniaturized is very difficult. And that's one of our specialities. Right now, we're doing something for the soldier to make water while he walks. And so that's what keeps us different. In terms of cost, it's about 4 rupees a liter of water with electricity. But if you use a solar panel, it's 0.
Any more questions from the panel?
But 4 rupees a liter of water. 4 rupees for a liter of water. If you use solar, it's 0.
And how does it taste exactly like water?
It tastes like Evian and Perrier. It's mineralized water with a pH of between 7 and 8.5. It's a very healthy. You will not go back to this, for sure.
What has been the financial traction on the business so far?
So, like I said, we've been profitable the last 3 years. Last year we did about 4 crores with a 15% PAT. This year we're targeting 40 crores. And I think next year close to 200. We have a solid pipeline in front of us.
And how are you distributing? Like, how are you getting orders?
So one is builders. So builders like Prestige, I told you, gave us 30 projects, 35,000 homes. Now we're signing up other builders as well. Exports, our product is made in India, so low cost, but very Western looking in design. So we get a lot of inbound export orders, hence Mexico. They're looking to do 1 million houses. Well, 1 million houses, too many zeros for me to count. I've told them let's start with 1,000 or 2,000 and see where it goes. But I expect about $1 million from Latin America this year alone.
So when you say that your revenue is, that's 4 crores, this is the device sale.
Yeah, when I sell the device.
Is there any recurring revenue model?
Yes, that is what I'm launching now with ICAI for hospitality, where we're selling bottled water in glass bottles.
Got it, thanks. Hi, sorry, one question. What is the lifespan of the device that?
Well, if you keep it carefully, 10 years, but I'm a salesperson, I want to say 5. I want to sell you a new one every 5 years.
Do we have any more questions? Kuldeep?
Thank you. You mentioned you have 2 patents, but as we know, anything can be reverse engineered, and there could be some other players who are coming and probably with some deep pockets. How do you plan to tackle that part?
Great question. It's just true. I gave a machine to IIT. They put 2 students to reverse engineer that too. So even IIT can do that. But the only way to stay ahead of the game is 2-fold, or 3-fold, I would say. Broadly speaking, execution, but more importantly, if I break it up, constant innovation. I'm going far ahead than others because I work with a very strong base, a group of scientists, academia, UPenn, engineering out of Philadelphia, working with BITS Dubai, BITS Pilani. I have chief scientist is Purnima Jalihal, scientists of the highest order, Nexus of Water and Energy, Professor Velraj, my internal team, 30 years of refrigeration. So we're very focused on innovation constantly that keeps us ahead. The other way is, of course, market reach. You have to get to market soon, and hopefully my competitors, some young kids who are trying to build a space, maybe my age and my hair can help open doors a little faster. So I have to get traction.
Thank you so much, Durga. And in interest of time, I would request if you have, if there are any following questions.
I'll answer it really quickly.
I'm trying to understand the impediments to scale. So to the extent a customer might say no to you or you can't convert, what are the key reasons why someone might say no?
I doubt people say no. In fact, I never marketed myself. It was all through word of mouth. It's only now we are starting to market because we're scaling rapidly. I believe, honestly, sir, this will be in every kitchen. You have every other device in the kitchen. Only water, 1 bottle arrives. Why? It's your air. You make your own water. It's not hard. Don't buy your next model phone next year. Buy a machine. You'll have healthy water for your family, for your children, for your parents.
No, that's your pitch. But I'm saying, what is the reason why they might say no?
So far, I haven't heard a no. Okay. Middle-class families really thrive on it. They're the ones running behind water tankers. They were the first customers I got, in fact, not the wealthy ones. It was the middle-class families.
Thank you.
Thank you, Durga. We had seen some interest coming from the audience also to ask questions, but we are not taking up. We are currently only taking the panel questions. But you can just register your interest on the QR code if you want to get in touch with the founder. And also after the pitches, there is a breakout room that we have arranged. Thank you.
Thank you, Durgaji. Next on the line is eMSME, India's first and only platform that instantly identifies personalized central and state MSME schemes, tax benefits and special provisions using Udyam. Inviting founder Ankush Jain and CEO Rupesh Jain to present the pitch for eMSME.
Thank you. Please do let me know when we wish to begin. Okay. Namaste from Bharat and greetings from eMSME. I am CA Ankush Jain and my colleague CA Rupesh Jain, founder and CEO of eMSME. We would like you to close your eyes for 30 seconds and think about your own journey or journey of MSME. Whether they are starting the business or they are expanding their business, what all questions comes into their mind. Whether any government scheme is made for me by the tax authority, central government or the state government, which finance product is better fit for me, who is the right connect person from the government department or from the bank or from any professional firm who can handhold me in the entire journey. Whether I have idea, whether someone can consult me to shape my idea and all. So in short, MSME ecosystem is quite fragmented in India. They lack ability to access to fund and also awarenesses to exist. And that's where eMSME comes into the picture with a vision to make MSME digital, credible and hence bankable. Just a slide please. All right, and with that vision, and we believe that MSME badega, desh badega, we have launched few in-house built SaaS tool and created a trademark of eMSME and IP around it. So first tool is called eMSME Sarthi, which is search engine to discover government scheme for your business. Within a 3 minute with 5 clicks, just putting the Udyam registration certificate number, you will get to know benefit available to your business pan India, whether it is from tax authorities, central government or state government. You can see the report lying on your desk. It's not only the search engine to discover your report, but also we have created the entire ecosystem from disbursement, discovery till document preparation till disbursement of the fund in MSME account for all the government schemes available in India. For docs preparation, professional firms are helping us and eMSME card is all relevant to that. At any stage, if any MSME has any doubt, they need clarification or hand-holding or consultancy, they can simply book a schedule through a Pro Se Pucho, which is the second tool launched by us. It works similar to the Precto or the AstroTalk. I am sure you must have heard about this tool. If any MSME wish to know whether they are running a business in a compliant manner or not, they can simply put URC number and within a minute they will get to know the health of their business. And since eMSME cannot serve all 7 crore MSME of India and all their needs, and that's where we have established a marketplace, we call it MSME Bazaar, wherein we are aggregating demand from all kind of MSME, whether they are organized or not organized, compliant or not compliant, etc. and vary demand. Like if they have a bill discounting demand, then M1 Exchange has partnered with us to serve their demand. If any importer or exporter looking out to find a buyer from across the world, then Duns and Bradstreet has partnered with us to support them with this supply. So basically we have aggregated demand at one side and collaborated with the supply side supplier at the other side. And that is how the MSME marketplace has been built. What value we are adding apart from creating the marketplace is we are ensuring transparency, affordable cost, better tech and better quality to basically win-win constructive architecture for each one working with us. And this you can see the current ecosystem what we have built. So we have co-branded website with many banks. We are part of NAP journey, and we are also have a white labeling arrangement with the many institutions. NextLeap, please. So far, our revenue model comes from our direct services offered in tool, which all ecosystem partner using as a hook or as a base, which is value-added tool to generate, attract more and more customer and to satisfy need of their existing customer. We have a strategic partner with all these, which you have seen in the last slide, and we are taking around 12,000 to 5 lakh per annum as a subscription one-time fees. And whenever any transaction is occurring, it's happening, entire journey is happening digitally through MSME platform. Some part only is physical, which is the government licensing and ensuring the fund is reaching to the MSME account. For that, platform charge around 5% to 25% fees from these different deals. So far, we have not focused on generating volume, but we focused on completing proof of concept at all stages with all the stakeholders. Still, we have served around 27,000 MSME through 290 plus professional firm working with us and 80 institutional connect. On social media, around 36,000 entrepreneurs is following us. And below is about our credibility, we have trademark for EMSME. India is quite a big market. Around 250 billion market size exists from 6.63 crore MSME. We are only looking in coming 3 years around 1.08% market share, which turned to around 2.71 billion rupees. So fourth year we have completed the operation. We haven't capitalized any cost. Around 7.5 crore we have invested in product development, and all with conservatism approach and transparency we have booked in the P&L. So earlier stage the loss is there, but last year we have break even. This is the future revenue model. And we are only looking out for 18 million rupees for marketing, better branding, and more customer acquisition. This is about us. So we have relevant MSME domain knowledge, underwriting knowledge, and banking knowledge. Thank you. Over to you.
We will move for the investor panel questions.
Hi. So from a discovery platform to really taking the services, what is your take rate? Like how many people really after the discovery getting a report start buying services from you?
As of now, volume is not significant. 6,000 plus scheme discovery report has been generated so far, and around 300 customer, basically that is the conversion rate
5%.
for various schemes, yeah.
Okay.
So there are around 650 plus government scheme exist in India.
Hello. So your core is the discovery platform.
Right.
And if I'm a MSME, I want to understand something about a government scheme, I come to you for help.
Right.
Okay, why can't he use ChatGPT?
ChatGPT is still giving incorrect answer. If you search a CGT MSME scheme, it will say it is you are eligible for 2 crore. It has been updated from 2 to 5 and 5 to 10. So internally we are also using these tools, but these tools also need to evolve, and we are evolving along with it. So further, there are 3 steps. First is put URC and generate your scheme discovery report. Second, prepare documents before applying. For that, professional firm are helping us. And third is scheme relevant expert are working with MSME to ensure the fund receipt to their account.
So are you also trying to build your own repository or your own, let's say, AI-based some sort of a search engine, because you are getting all this proprietary data which ChatGPT doesn't have at this point of time?
Right. So we are evolving with time. So a team is internally using ChatGPT and other tool. A chatbot is what we are going to launch next.
Got it. Who is your biggest competitor in this space?
For government scheme search engine, we are only one in India. But for other compliance services, they are ClearText, TaxBuddy, and number of other competitors.
Thank you.
Right. So how many MSMEs have you helped already?
Till now, only 27,000 MSME.
Okay. How many have come back for more services?
So they are coming for cross-selling services. So we do not have only one tool. We have other tool, and since the marketplace has been built, so for some or other services they keep coming. But as of now, around 5% people are only repeat customers.
So they come once, they do the discovery, and then they will move out.
Since scheme discovery is not something which one will do, repeatedly over through 2-3 months, it will happen over a year. So the repeat rate is 5%, but it is with the cross selling, it will go up.
Got it.
Second question, in terms of revenue, you mentioned two different models, direct to the MSMEs and B2B. Do you have any B2B customers right now?
Yeah.
How
So many banks, around 18 institutions have partnered with us.
Okay.
Many banks like Kotak, Mahindra Bank, IndusInd, ICAI, Access, these all.
Each one of them is, they are paying something to you?
Yeah, so they are paying one-time setup fees, and for every transaction, the platform charge 5% to 25% fees.
Even the CAs are our B2B partners. We have more than 200 CAs as our subscribers to the platform. So we have this for the MSMEs as well as for the CAs on a subscription package.
They pay around 12,000 per annum.
Got it. And they will extend it to your clients?
Yeah, they will extend it to our clients.
Got it. Thank you.
Hi, sorry, one question from my side. In terms of your three revenue models mentioned, right now, what is the major source of your revenue? Is it direct, or is it through revenue sharing, or is it through other platforms?
It's direct. It's direct, yeah. But of course, with the B2B model, it's going higher because the ticket size is higher. For the direct, the ticket size is 200 to 1,000 rupees for the SDR, scheme discovery. And for the B2B, it is 5,000, starting from 5,000.
The institution is using our tool as a base or hook to serve their existing customers. Those are not counted in ours.
Great, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Last year we hit 4.7 crore and 90,000 profit only we have done last year. Thank you. No, 90,000 profit we have made last year. If you wish to keep it, keep it.
Thank you, C. Ankush and Rupesh Jain. The QR code is displayed on the screen for audience to fill their interest to get in touch with the founders. The interest that has been submitted via Google form would be shared with the investors. In the meantime, I would also give 1 minute for the investor panel to also rate in the sheets provided to the founders.
So we will have a QR code for investor panel and also a sheet where you can, okay, fair enough. So next in line, we have NextLeap. Innovations deliver pesticide-free, nutrient-rich, exotic produce through AI, IoT-powered hydroponic farming, transforming agriculture with sustainability and technology. Inviting Sona Mishra, founder, for the pitch.
Excuse me. Okay, they will change. They're changing that. Just give 1 second. They're just changing. It should be live.
Mic check.
Good evening all. I am Sona Mishra, founder and managing director of NextLeap.
Slide please.
So at NextLeap, we are building India's smartest AI-powered hydroponic farm network. That is a scalable, profitable farm network that delivers premium exotic vegetable crops to modern India. So let's go through our journey. Our journey started in 2019 when I was doing my research and I got deep interest in agriculture, and then I dreamed to solve agri-tech issues of farmer, and then we have established our first R&D setup in 2021 at Noida. That was a very small setup and where I have experimented on different crop variety, yield and costing of course. So in 2023 we have scaled up to 1 acre where we have leased our first farm, and in 2025 we are sitting in 10-acre farm setup at Noida. And that is, 3 acre is already commissioned with proven unit economics and better quality. So why hydroponic farming? Basically hydroponic, in India's population is increasingly become health conscious. So by doing this hydroponic farming, we can give higher yield, premium quality and year-round production with profit, sustainable profit. So coming to the market, in India, there is around 22,000 crore exotic vegetable market, and if we talk about only Delhi NCR, it's around 5,000 crore market, and if we serve only 5% of it, this is 250 crore opportunity we have. So at NutriReach, what we are basically doing, we are solving major two problems of the farmer. First, they don't know how to use technology and where to sell to get more and more profit. So at NutriReach, we are basically leasing these ideal hydroponic farm, and by doing AI automation, and we are feeding them into artificial intelligence to ensure consistent yield and quality, and direct sell them into our sales channel till we have established. These are Zomato, Hyperpure and other B2B platform, and we are also looking for the cross-border collaboration. So our vision is to build 500 plus acre hydroponic farm by 2030, and our mission is to revolutionize India's protected cultivation through precision, technology and sustainability. So
thank you, Sona.
Forward.
So first of all, let us understand why the technology is important. Now we are collaborating with our IT partner, and we have done the 4-bucket system where we are using the technology. Like first one is the intelligent Gen AI assistant, second one is the drone monitoring system, and third one is the central control through agronomy support, and fourth one is the AI-driven forecasting. So basically, if you see in India, the farming is happening is basically on the gut feeling. कि हमको अगर fertigation चलाना है, हमको ये करना है, तो हम उससे चला देंगे. So there has to be a data-driven approach where certain, maybe it may be the regression model, it may be linear or non-linear, that has to come into the picture and tell the farmer that कि आपको इस time पे ये चीज करनी है और ये चीज चलानी है. वो क्या होता है कि भाई वो general trend से चलाते हैं, and there they lag basically, and the yield doesn't come actually. So basically, what at NutriLeap, which we are trying to do, that like from 1 acre, we are targeting that if we do this technology and these levers, we can push the revenues from 18 to 25 lakhs per acre, and subsequently reduce the cost from 21 lakhs to per acre, which will make the farm profitable. So we have done the unit economics calculation. So this is the 1 acre versus 10 acre picture. Like, the economy of the scale will play the role, and that's why we want to scale up from currently our 10 acre operations to the 100 acre operations. So these are our revenue projections. Like currently, last year we did around 20 lakhs from 1 acre. Currently we are sitting at 3 acre. So we are expecting this year around 0.8 CR revenue, and by FY29 in the next year we are targeting 34 crore ARR. And through this scalable model, where this model will be asset light, because we are not actually investing our entire capex into the farming. We are leasing the farm, do the agronomy part, do the operations part, and selling the, of course. Yeah, so this is basically our revenue streams. Like 80% will be from the institutional sales, 20% we are having the local network in Delhi NCR around more than 100 plus buyers, and some of the D2C buyers, and also we are in the collaboration with the government for the PM Kaushal Abhiyan Yojana, where we will be developing the youth center for the training and development, and also being the export portion is being explored. So basically, this is the ask of around 16 crore we want to raise, and over the next 3 to 4 years, this is the timeline which we want to raise, and this is basically the infrastructure, the IT development part, the high-tech R&D setup, and the tech and IT automation which we are trying to do.
Thank you, Ms. Sona and Shivam. Yeah. Let's move on to investors' questions, please.
So you're considering 80% of your sales being institutional sales, B2B,
80%,
right?
correct, sir.
And why they will give you margin to really kind of, because they will squeeze in all the margins.
Correct, sir. So मैंने आपको explain किया था in my slide where I am putting my the revenue from 18 lakh per acre to 25 lakh acre and the cost from 20 lakh per acre to 15 lakh acre. So that, you know, create the 40% EBITDA margin gap, which other farmers in the competitive advantage, which are the, you know, at the small scale or not selling to the direct institutional buyer will not have. So 40% margin will create a competitive edge for us, sir. So currently in the current landscape, if you see, the farmers are selling at the 10 to 20% EBITDA margin. So if we generate 40% EBITDA margin through economy of scale, I can sell them and I can outnumber them.
But आप तो exotic कर रहे हो, तो उनके साथ compete ही नहीं कर रहे हो ना normal farmer के साथ. So you're doing an exotic.
Yes, exotic farm. So मैं exotic farm का ही सर आपको EBITDA margin बता रहा हूँ. जो अभी currently India में if you see, they are operating at 10 to 20% EBITDA margin only. And with the economy of scale through technology, I can improve the yield, reduce the cost. That will create a buffer for me where I can, you know, अगर कहीं पे भी आप सब्जी खरीदने जाओ, अगर कोई 85 रुपीस की देता है और 80 रुपीस की देता, आप definitely 80 रुपीस की लोगे. तो वो मेरे को एज क्रिएट करता है सर.
आपका सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है वेस्टेज, राइट? हाउ डू यू मैनेज दैट?
यस, तो उसमें जैसे मैंने आपको वहाँ पे भी 2-3 लीवर दिखाए थे. सबसे पहले है कि मेरा डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग, क्योंकि क्या होता है कि अगर आप मार्केट को देखोगे, आपको क्या अपना प्रोड्यूस राइट टाइम पे और राइट क्वांटिटी में पहुंचाना होता है, देन दे विल टेक इट. तो सबसे पहली चीज क्या है कि आई विल डू द डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग, कि मेरा क्या है जैसे सीजनल डिमांड में क्या वेरिएशंस आ रहे हैं, और अगर मैं उसको कैप्चर करके राइट मोमेंट पे और राइट क्वांटिटी में उसको डिलीवर करते, एवरीबडी कैन बाय इट. मैंने तो 1 टन 2 टन भी डेली बिकते हुए भी देखा और फेंकते हुए भी देखा है. तो वहां पर वो चीज आपको जब आप प्लानिंग के साथ थ्रू डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग है, दैट्स व्हाई दिस एआई मॉडल इज वेरी हेल्पफुल टू यू सर. यस सर.
I'm probably going to understand the model better.
Yes sir.
So you will go to the farmer,
yes sir,
ask the farmer to lease the land to you.
Correct sir.
You will set up the infra which is required for this.
Right? I will make you understand सर. यहाँ पे नहीं, हम लोग का अभी क्या है सर, अगर आप देखोगे इंडिया में more than 50,000 फार्म्स हैं. एग्जिस्टिंग में जो क्या है फार्मर्स उसको चला नहीं पा रहे बिकॉज ऑफ द लो मार्जिन. वो क्या बोलते हैं कि शॉर्ट साइटेड होते हैं कि मैं करूँ 2-3 महीने में अगर कुछ आ जाए, मेरा पैसा निकल जाए, मैं चलाने लगूंगा. वो क्या होता है लॉन्ग साइकिल क्रॉप्स और से विजिबिलिटी नहीं ला पाते, जिसकी वजह से 1-2 साल में वो स्टार्ट तो करते हैं, 50 लाख का कैपेक्स लगाते हैं, और वो भी मेजरली क्या होता है इंडिया में यू विल गेट दी 50% सब्सिडी आउट ऑफ दैट. तो उस लालच में लगा तो लेते हैं, फिर उसको ऑपरेट नहीं कर पाते. बट अवर मॉडल इज दैट लाइक कि वी विल कम इनटू पिक्चर, ऑपरेट दैट मॉडल कि भाई आपको थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी हम करके दिखाएंगे, विल गिव दी व्हाटएवर यू आर करंटली अबाउट दैट, हम लोग पहुंचेंगे और कॉस्ट कम करेंगे.
Who is going to invest in that technology for that farm?
सर ऑलरेडी कैपेक्स इन्वेस्टेड है. हम लोग के पास कम से कम 200 एकर्स का ऑलरेडी सेटअप है, प्रपोजल्स हैं जिस पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं. उनको हमको केवल लीज करना है. मतलब क्या है कि बेसिकली अगर मैं उनको सिंपल सी बात है कि जो ईएमआई भर रहे हैं, एक लोन लिया उन्होंने, वो मैं पे आउट कर देता हूं. दे आर हैप्पी टू, कि यार मेरे को अपना पॉकेट से नहीं लगाना, लेट दीज गाइज डिस्ट्रॉय. तो ऐसे करके ऑलरेडी हम लोग का 10 एकड़ का सेटअप हो चुका है, जिसमें लोगों ने हमको दे दिया है कि भाई आप चला के दिखाओ, प्रॉफिट करके देखो, देन यू विल सी. यही मॉडल अगर मैं मल्टीप्लाई करता जाऊंगा तो इजीली मेरा स्केल अप होता जाएगा कि आई विल बी रिक्वायरिंग ओनली माय वर्किंग कैपिटल, नॉट द कैपेक्स, जो कि 50 लाख होता है. तो मेरे को क्या है कि जैसे अगर साल में मैं देखूं एक 9 मंथ्स की क्रॉप लगाता हूं, दैट इज यू नो रिक्वायर द अराउंड कैपेक्स ऑफ 5 to 7 lakhs. तो उतने में ही मैं साल भर में क्या कहते हैं 1 एकड़ का प्रोड्यूस निकाल करके आई कैन क्रिएट ए वैल्यू.
When did you guys start this?
Sorry sir?
When did you actually start operations?
Sir, in 2021.
But then last year you did a revenue of?
90 lakhs from 1 acre.
Okay.
And this year 3 acre.
Basically, working capital is the only restriction which you say you have to increase the revenue.
Yes sir. तो हम लोग ने जो भी इन्वेस्टमेंट आज भी रखी है उसका मेजर पोर्शन है कि हमको अगर वो वर्किंग कैपिटल लोगों का चलाने के लिए मिल जाएगा, तो वहां पर थ्रू टेक्नोलॉजी, थ्रू अवर आईटी पार्टनर जो हम लोग लाएंगे, तो देयर वी कैन पिच इन एंड स्केल अप इजीली सर. यस सर. यस सर. Yes sir.
You are operating the farm also?
Yes sir.
Or you're just giving your technology?
No, we will operate the farm.
You will operate the farm.
Entire model, operating till selling.
क्योंकि इंडिया में जनरली जितना भी एक्सोटिक वेराइटी का मार्केट है, फार्मर को एक्सेस नहीं है कि जोमेटो में जाकर के कैसे बेचना है, कहाँ पर जाकर के उसको बेटर मार्जिन में आप बेच सकते हो. तो वी विल डू द एंटायर, टेक द एंटायर रिस्क कि भाई हमको करना है, क्योंकि वो केवल प्रोड्यूस करने से नहीं होता. आई हैव टू सेल दैट आल्सो ना एट ए गुड परसेंट, तभी तो मैं उनको रिटर्न दे पाऊंगा.
But so far, isn't it true that the economics of all these hydro farms has been challenging because of the cost of electricity and all these things?
Yes, sir. So that's why I'm saying कि technology has to come the picture, because हम लोग अभी भी वो गट फीलिंग में जा रहे हैं. अभी भी हम लोग वो एक्सेल का एक रिग्रेशन मॉडल यूज करते हैं, जहां पे आज की डेट में रैंडम फॉरेस्ट, नॉन लीनियर रिग्रेशन मॉडल, सुपरवाइज लर्निंग, इतने सारे मॉडल्स आ चुके हैं. एंड दैट्स व्हाई अवर पार्टनर समीना कंचावाला हु इज आल्सो डूइंग पीएचडी इन जेना इज हेल्पिंग अस टू डू दैट. और इसी के साथ में हम लोग वी विल ट्राई टू नेक्स्ट 1-2 ईयर्स में अगर होगा तो आईपी पेटेंट का हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि हम लोग को कहीं ना कहीं दैट टेक्नोलॉजी हैज टू इवॉल्व एंड द डाटा हैज टू प्रूव कि भाई ये आउटपुट आना चाहिए.
So what is so special about your technology that farms like Infarm, for example, ran out of business, right? They raised almost $1 billion, ran out of business. Singapore, the government has put a lot of effort behind this. Most of the farms have gone out of business. So what is special about your technology that is getting that yield?
Yes, sir. So यहाँ पर एक तो इकोनॉमी ऑफ स्केल का तो आपको ऑलरेडी लेवल रहता है कि अगर मैं एक 10 एकड़ का फार्म कर रहा हूँ और एक 100 एकड़ पे जाता हूँ, तो वहाँ पे आपकी फिक्स कॉस्ट कम हो जाती है. तो मे बी अगर मेरी जो मैं 1 एकड़ का फार्म करूंगा तो मेरी 100 रुपीज पर केजी कॉस्ट आती है, दैट विल ड्रास्टिकली कम डाउन टू 50 रुपीज पर केजी. बट दो पार्ट जो है, एक तो सबसे पहला होता है कि अगर आप फार्म्स में देखोगे पेस्ट अटैक, तो पेस्ट अटैक क्या होता है कि एक बार अगर वो लग गया तो मे बी आपकी 3 मंथ की क्रॉप्स चली गई. तो वहां पे वी वांट टू यूज द ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी, जिसमें क्या होगा कि अवर ड्रोन विल मूव अलोंग ए वे पाथ पॉइंट और कंटिन्यूअसली मॉनिटर करेगा जैसे कि लीफ कलर चेंज हो रहा है. तो इट विल गिव ए ऑटोमेटेड अलर्ट कि भाई यहाँ पे ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, यू नीड टू करेक्ट दैट. सो दैट इज वन थिंग. सेकंड थिंग इज कि भाई मेरे को अगर यील्ड इंप्रूव करनी है तो मुझे जैसे क्या है कि अगर एक प्लांट है, प्लांट को 2-3 चीजें आपको मेन चाहिए. आपको उसको खाना चाहिए, उसको वाटर चाहिए, उसको क्या कहते हैं राइट एटमॉस्फेयर चाहिए. तो उसको क्या वो खाना सही टाइम पे सही क्वांटिटी में मिल रहा है कि नहीं. एंड दैट्स व्हाई योर नॉन लीनियर रिग्रेशन मॉडल हैज टू कम इनटू पिक्चर. आप उसको वही कि भाई एक बार वो 2.5 इसी चला दो, उतना ही खाना है, शाम को उतना चला दो, वो सब आप करते रहोगे, यील्ड विल नेवर कम. एंड वी हैव सीन दैट कि अगर आप ये राइट प्रैक्टिस फॉलो करते हो और एसओपी बनाते हो तो वी कैन रिड्यूस द 15 डेज का जो ग्रोथ साइकिल है उसको हम कम कर सकते हैं. एंड दैट्स अ यील्ड इंप्रूवमेंट सर. यस सर.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sona Mishra and Mr. Shri Mishra for the pitch. Next on the line, so we'll show the QR code again, Ayush, for audience to express their interest, as well as for the investor panel to give the scoring to the startups. Thank you, everyone. Next on the line is Seamless. It automates the diagnosis of loss of touch sensation post conditions like stroke and diabetes using proprietary microfatics and algorithms. Inviting founder Ajinkya Bhatt to present the pitch.
Hi, I'm Ajinkya from Seamless, and I'd like to start with a story. So there's this person that I saw. She's called Laura. She's 40 years old, and she had a stroke. So what happened is she lost sensation in her entire left side, which means that she was very scared to hold her own daughter because she might accidentally apply too much force and hurt her. But she's not alone. 550 million people in the world live with loss of touch sensation across conditions like stroke, diabetes, and aging-related deficits. And this leads to a $1.8 trillion economic burden owing to both direct and indirect healthcare costs. For diabetics specifically, there's a risk of amputations, and for aging populations, there's an increased risk of fall. The problem, however, is that for these diseases to be either treated or the complications to be prevented, the assessments have to be done consistently. But only 4 in 10 therapists, even in a country like Singapore, are doing these assessments consistently. And why is that? There's 2 main reasons for it. First, sensory assessments are manual and tedious. The clinician will take a filament, press it into your skin, and ask you where do you feel it. And when they're handling 16 to 20 patients a day, it's physically impossible for them to conduct it for everyone. The second thing is they told us that when the same person does an assessment with the same patient multiple times, there's a variation in the assessment, which means they're not completely objective, and as a result, they can't really tell if the patient is improving at all. So we built Artemis. Artemis is a microhaptics platform, which looks something like this. It is a platform with a, let me just, okay, slight difficulty. Yeah. So the way Artemis works is it uses tiny air bubbles to mimic the monofilament test that the clinician normally does. All the patient has to do is strap himself in, usually done by a clinical assistant. An algorithm in the back end is controlling how much pressure these microbubbles are applying on the patient's skin. Essentially what this does is, using a touchscreen, when the patient interacts and lets the algorithm know what pressure they feel, it will automatically generate an objective report, something like that, like a heat map, and store it inside the device. What this does is a couple of things. The first thing is we can have objective data, which is created by a machine instead of a subjective data from a clinician. We improve efficiency in 2 ways. First, we take away all the time that's required for doing the diagnosis, which is about 15 to 20 minutes, plus the time that is required for documentation, which is usually about 20% of the clinician's time. And then, finally, for the patients, the benefit is that because it's a digital solution with all digitized data, for the first time, they have the ability to track whether the patient himself is improving or regressing, which is crucial. The advantage of this, the revenue model for us is quite simple. We charge per test. So we charge value which is less than what a manual test would charge, which means that we increase the operating margin of the hospital that use our device. So we are projecting a 20-minute saving per patient, like I mentioned, and we are projecting a 25% increase in the clinic's revenue at the price that we charge. Usually the patient pays out of pocket and recovers it from insurance. The assessment market is actually quite large. At a 25 Singapore dollar per test fee on average across the globe, with 640 million assessments, we are projecting a $16 billion Singapore dollar market size. And because of demographics, this is growing at 8% annually. The standard of care, as I mentioned, is entirely manual, and there's no automated capabilities until now. All of the tools in this setup, which I've shown, including the monofilament test and these vibration-based tools, are manual, and they require the clinician to actually administer this test. This crucial advantage helps us with access to a market that conventional care doesn't have access to. Because in countries like Singapore and Australia, public and private clinics are getting overburdened. They're moving towards community-based and telehealth-based settings. Our automated patient-driven test is perfect to deploy in these kind of settings where there is no clinician available. We're not just a hand test, we're also extending this to the foot. Achilles is the natural extension developed for the foot, which is in development right now. This targets the diabetic neuropathy and fall risk categories for elders. And in addition to this, we are not just a hardware platform, but we are a data platform. The fact that there is no data set available currently, because all of the assessments are manual, enables us to become essentially the first company in the world that can build a database for sensory deficits. What this does is, using our diagnostic data and our ability to track longitudinal or over time recovery of patients, we can enable a prognosis model which can help clinicians predict which patients are likely to recover, how long it's going to take, and what interventions work best for those kind of patients in using our historical data. We are a team of technical founders. Both me and my co-founder are technical, but we have a support staff, like advisory board, which have experience across everything from clinical research, which is Dr. Nico, regulatory, which is Jack, as well as scientific research and financial planning and M&A. We're supported by multiple accelerators, as you can see below. And we recently won a $60,000 grant from RAISE, which is the social enterprise agency in Singapore, to deploy this device in community. All right. We have preclinical data. We are deploying it across one hospital cluster already in Singapore, and we are raising a $900,000 seed round to hit these market and technology targets across 3 countries, Singapore, Vietnam, and eventually Hong Kong. So yeah, that's my LinkedIn. If you scan the QR code, and happy to take more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ajinkyapat. We open the Q&A with the investors.
What is the, when did you exactly start, and what's the current traction on this?
Sure. So we're projecting, let me go back. We're projecting revenue in June to July next year. Because medical device is slow to get to market. We have a pilot which is running with one of the hospitals in Singapore, which is Ang Teng Fong. Usually how the sales cycle works with them is they will use the device for 2 to 3 months at least, and then they have to write a memo to their department to explain to them how it was beneficial. So it can be something like data quality improvement or workflow improvement, which can directly translate to a bottom line, and then the department will procure.
What does it cost to make this device, 1? And 2, are there any regulatory barriers that you go through to get it introduced in the market?
Yeah, so all great questions. So our cost initially was 5,000 Singapore dollars, but in the latest version, we're projecting it coming down to 2.5. In V2, it was already down to 3.2. So 2,500 Singapore dollars. We are projecting an average per test fee of $25 a test. On average, one device will be used 4 times a day in a clinical setting. So because we're using an average of like 3 to 6 patients, usually out of the 20 who have that test. So it's $100 revenue. Effectively, if you look at the model, we break even in about a month. And then regulatory-wise, so this is the tricky part where actually a lot of the medical devices in this kind of an area, they go into the market as non-medical or Class A, which is what we are trying to do, which helps us get to revenue faster. We eventually want to be a Class 2 or Class B diagnostic device, but we will use our data from the market to actually use that as data for submission. And we talk to the clinics, the hospitals especially, they're quite open to adopting it as a Class A device. Yeah.
So just for clarity, you still need the doctor to use this device, not replacing a doctor. So it's an add-on cost for the hospital, right?
We are not charging them for the device, so we don't ask them to pay for the device. We charge them whenever they conduct a test through the device.
No, I get it, but let's say the hospital was charging $100, now they're to charge $125 to use this device, right? To make the same margin.
No, so in the hospital workflow, the clinician has to promote the device, but it will work as a station. So what they will do is, these clinicians are handling 4 to 8 patients at the same time. It will basically become one of the stations, so they can handle an extra patient potentially, which increases the throughput.
Okay, thank you.
For example, if a doctor is not using the device, let's say he takes X minutes, when he's using this device, how does the time change? Does it increase, decrease? What's the percentage like?
Sure, so we have 2 modes. One is a therapist-driven mode where the therapist can do the assessment themselves. We only have this mode because it is initially very difficult for clinicians to trust new devices. So we want them to try it out to make sure that it lines up with their assessment. But what we really see going forward is the one that I showed, which is the auto-assessment mode. So it completely takes out the 15 to 20 minutes that they take for doing the test themselves manually and then documenting it, because it's entirely patient-driven.
Do you guys have questions?
Sure. There's a few layers to it. So initially, we always believed that it was the hardware patent. But one of the things that we see is, if you look at how the hospitals are like, any device in healthcare is adopted, it's based on trust. Trust comes in many ways. One is data, which is our clinical data. The second thing is the switching costs becomes really high when you have this device deployed across hospitals and we're basically using like the device to standardize the data. So that becomes our eventual mode. The third thing, the model that I mentioned briefly, we only think that we'll be able to deploy it in 2028. So like completely like candid about that. But eventually the fact that we will have probably the first data set in the world which has like sensory diagnostic data and potentially recovery patterns, that will eventually become the mode, because nobody will be able to replicate that.
Thank you, Mr. Ajinkya. Can we have the QR code for the audience?
Thank you so much.
So we shall have the QR code soon up there. And the next presenter is StratSync, AI-powered revenue intelligence platform empowering B2B teams maximize customer lifetime value and margin efficiency. Inviting Sandeep Krishnamani, the founder, for the pitch.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So, good evening, everyone. It's like a deja vu for me. I am a chartered accountant, and standing here feels me that I'm back in the exam mode. And I know a lot of you in the room, so the pressure is kind of added. So while we get this up, so StratSync actually came up exactly 10 days before this mission was started, NextLeap. So we took a leap of faith and we onboarded. It started off as an idea which I was kind of brewing in my head when I was going through a personal situation. I wanted a personal break. I thought I would probably kind of take myself off from this, from the corporate world. That's when Antler approached me. I did an EIR, and I met my co-founder Avinash there. And while this was like a very good distraction for me in terms of taking away mind from my personal issues, it also kind of gave me purpose. We pitched to Antler, and then we got our ideation funding, and here we are pitching StratSync. So any company you take, which actually has a phased evolution in terms of adoption of technology. But in that evolution, we believe that there could be some companies which could actually take that next leap on the leap of faith and bypass the stages of evaluation, and then just like India did with the payment space, where it went from a cash-based economy into a digital economy, we believe there are some companies which are by default ignored by SaaS and tech, primarily in the arbitrage-driven industries where SaaS could never save. We believe that agentic will help these companies to take that next leap, and it would kind of bring clarity into their style of work, because for these companies, chaos is in their DNA. Chaos is their operating system. They actually have to work very fast. They work on gut feel rather than on intelligence, and most of the times what happens is that the speed it is what matters and not the way you decide things. So everything goes on gut feel there. So why this industry is, why this industry is still relevant, right? So most of you, when we did a research during our entrepreneurial residence program, most of the comments we got from the key VCs and key opinion leaders said this is a sunset industry, whereas our argument is this is not. So if you just look at Singapore, trade is close to 3 times the GDP of Singapore economy, right? And all these companies typically work. When we interviewed these companies, we interviewed companies which were ranging in the revenue of 200 to 500 million. most of these companies actually make decisions on WhatsApp. Because for them, price is the key, timing is the key, and when you do these things on gut feel, actually, leakage or error is not a possibility. It's actually a mathematical certainty that is going to happen. And revenue retention for these companies is not about acquiring new customers, right? They have a fixed set of customer. It's about capturing the share of wallet of their customer and make sure that they are whenever there's a small window of opportunity for these companies, they would actually, while I try to navigate the cursor, there's actually an opportunity for these companies to have that golden window, like you call in medical terms, like you have a golden window. Typically, these companies have that golden window of anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour to make that decisions. And the companies which typically would fall into these categories are, if you look at Singapore as a market, it could be a traditional B2B cross-border trading firms, logistics firms, supply chain firms, corporate travel firms, and ops-heavy fintech. I have had the luxury of being part of 3 of those industries. So kind of, I have personally lived that pain as well. Why SaaS has never worked in this industry? So primary reason why SaaS has, primary reason why SaaS has not worked in this industry is because SaaS works in a very templatized format, right? So like what we say jovially like in school, that things which come out of syllabus, we always grapple. SaaS is one of that industries where you have a specific template, it works. When things happen out of syllabus, it doesn't work. And when you look at this industry, money left on the table is something which is very critical, because 30% of the decisions actually happen without any valid inputs. It happens on gut feel. So revenue leakage is a big concern, and when we did our research based on various industry reports, there's 1 to 5% EBITDA margin impact which these guys have, and if a company does 100 million, they end up losing anywhere between 2 million to 5 million purely on decisions which they take in the nick of in the pursuit of time. So we covered this, and why we feel agentic will work for this industry is primarily because this industry is primarily, so this industry works primarily on scattered data. Data is very siloed. Teams spend a lot of time analyzing, so they work on intuition. It's an industry where speed is a matter of survival and not convenience. And we feel agentic is the possible answer for this industry, where they could actually get insights from multiple sources they would need for decision making and help them make decisions faster. Why are we the right team? So we are a team with 100 years of experience. So myself, I have been working in this industry for some time. Between the 4 of us, we have had 1 IPO experience, we have patents, we have had a couple of exits within the team, and we also have an advisor who's a veteran in the GTM space in this part of the world, who also runs a GTM club called Pavilion. And we also backed by Antler, and we are part of various startup programs. So how does StatSync work? It's a revenue intelligence platform which actually integrates your data from multiple sources, gives you that insight which you need to take in a matter of time, and the change management is minimal. It could be as simple as you using a chatbot to kind of take your, to make decisions while you're taking decisions. So the first thing what you're tackling with this is the seamless deal management platform, which is the need of the hour for most of the companies, where we try to ingest the structured inputs, the unstructured data which sits into your WhatsApps, emails, and meeting records, bring into one, unify, get context, and give you the best recommendations as to what you should be doing. That's typically how we work. So in terms of what we have done in the last 3 months is building teams. We validated that with the pilot. We have a customer who's verbally kind of agreed to make it a paid pilot. What we are doing right now is addressing a sum of 2.6 billion. We are looking to raise around 1 million pre-seed. We have a commitment of around $250,000 right now. So I would just like to kind of leave with a quote where, just like India jumped from a cash economy into a digital economy, we feel StatSync could be that boost for these companies to leapfrog from a typical SaaS economy to an agentic economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Avinash. Now it's time for the investor Q&A.
Sandeep, you spent 3 minutes talking about, the entire thing. The only thing I understood was you're doing something AI with revenue intelligence. So I'm assuming that you're doing some sort of a lead and CRM with AI put together. Is that correct?
So it's not about new client business, it's about existing business. So you have data sitting in multiple data points. So look at a cross-border trading company. I've been in that industry. So what happens most of the times is your decision actually happens over a WhatsApp call. You don't have data sitting in a repository. It's sitting in your emails. It's probably sitting in some meeting records. When you're churning out a proposal or when you're looking to close a deal, it's actually the team which spends like multiple hours to make it happen. Given that the time is of critical essence, these companies typically take decisions on gut feel. And while most of these decisions could be right, but
can you give an example for everybody's sake? Like, what exactly is the use case? Like, just an example. What WhatsApp will you look at? Which industry? Just take one little example so that we can understand.
So I can share with you the pilot which you're working on. So it's basically a GDP status company. They're doing around 600 million of revenue. So they deal in trading. They are suppliers to the Walmarts, the Macy's of the world in the US. They actually supply fragrances and beauty products to those companies. And for them, for the customers, it's a pure function of price. Who pays me the cheapest? Who would supply me the cheapest and to make sure that my shelves are full? I would give to that customer. So and the deal window for them typically could be as low as half an hour, or it could be like a couple of days. So in that time, the team has to basically sit back, understand the trend, which is where to source, how to source, from whom to source, and give the information back as a commitment to the suppliers. So right now, a lot of things happens on gut feel. And while we were doing our research, what worked in our favor was a tariff situation. That's where most of these companies started panicking. When we reiterated our idea to them, they kind of liked it. And that's how we managed to get like 5 LOIs within the first month of our launch. And we picked up one company where we are working on a pilot. The initial results were promising. Now we are looking to monetize that through a proper structured program with them.
Sandeep, you mentioned you're doing a pilot. So is that the only pilot we're doing, or you have more pilots?
So we are currently focusing our energy on that particular pilot, but we have 4 other LOIs, which we will be looking to convert into pilots depending on our bandwidth.
And you'll be charging them subscription, or how?
So the model is like you'll have a setup fee, given that it involves interaction with your technology. So that will be one part of the cost, and there will be like a subscription, monthly subscription, ranging based on our estimates could be anywhere between $200 to $800, depending on number of licenses you take.
And there would be some technologies where you will build some APIs, which are going to be general API connections to all your clients.
So we are trying to build a proprietary agentic solution, which is enterprise grade. So this kind of understands the schema of the company, of the industry, and based on that, it would actually work as an agent. So an agent for finance, agent for operations, agent for CRM, agent for your other business needs. These bots will learn on their own. And suppose if you have a real-time deal which you want to talk, like in the pilot what we're doing, so what we have given them is a web browser plugin. So the moment you have a call or a meeting and you're talking about a deal, you type the SKU, you type the item, the bot will give you all the insights you need from your sources, which is inside your system, as well as external data points from public sources which they have given it to us.
The focus is on data ingestion and not the connectors itself at this point.
Not really. So it's basically like, you can look at this as an intern or a executive assistant for the decision makers who are taking decisions where time is of critical essence.
Thank you, Sandeep. So here we close our in-person pitches for today evening, and moving on to the next segment. So we have 5 startups who couldn't join us over here in person, so we are having a Zoom presentation from them. So moving on to our Zoom section, but meanwhile I request everyone to please scan the QR code and give your registrations for the startups. collaboration and investment, and also requesting all the panelists to give their scores for the startups. Thank you. Okay, so for the Zoom presentation, since they are presenting remotely, I would request the panelists, in case you all have any follow-up questions, you can just get in touch with us. We can arrange those with our founders offline, because currently they might not be able to hear your questions and answer, so we might just take the presentation from them and take the follow-up questions. I hope that's okay. Yeah, thank you. So for our first presenter on Zoom, we have MicroHeal. It delivers Asia's first RCT validated digital therapeutic integrated with conventional care and the world's first IOMT stool tracking device for real-time gut health monitoring. Inviting Shashank Mishra, founder, to present the pitch. Can we have Shashank on the spotlight? And can we have a little bit test on the voice?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, great. You can start the pitch now.
Okay, should I start presenting?
Yes. Can you hear me, Shashank? Shashank,
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, no, I mean I hear you two guys, not someone else.
Okay, please start the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, is my screen visible to all? Hello everyone, myself Shashank, I'm founder of MicroHeal. At MicroHeal, we are trying to fix broken care management pathway. So let's consider, we go to any best hospital for chronic consultation or disorder management or as a surgical patient. We have been taken care when we are within the wall, but once we leave the hospital wall, there is no care beyond wall, or you can say there is no progress monitoring or how exactly a person has recovered, right? So these are being a challenge for a hospital and for the patient side. Technically, out of 10 patients who leave hospital, 4 people come back and 6 are lost. So that is because there is no continued measures on the patient side. So over here, our vision is to improve chronic care, disorder management and post-surgery outcome with personalized medication, that is combining drug with technology. So we have created a DTX continuous care management platform, which comprises of a software dashboard for a care team. Care team might have any care, specialists like nutritionist, psychologist, physiotherapist, depending upon the segment which we are targeting. Then there will be patient-based interaction via WhatsApp-based app and through app. So through WhatsApp, a patient can report everything and even connect with the care team and have one-to-one sessions with them. And then we create an interoperability for other devices to integrate into our system. Plus, we also develop our own devices, but which are basically novel in terms of one of its kind. We only work towards that. So our first therapeutic area where we have launched and clinically validated our protocol over a gold standard randomized control trial is towards gastro. where problem like IBS, functional dyspepsia, chronic constipation, diarrhea, and GERD has been observed. Its current prevalence in India is around 20 and globally it's 40. And the current unmet need is that gut disorder is also known as a disorder between your gut and brain interaction. And it's a psychosomatic in nature. So psychosomatic means your thought process triggers your physiological symptom. So no food science or drug can work around it, right? So that's why we have created our own protocols where we have validated against the current gold standard, that is drug, and here drug plus app. Here you can see SSS is severity symptom score, QL is quality of life, dash is for depression and anxiety. The result has been tremendously improved over drug plus app because of personally intervention on the behavioral and nutritional side of it, and overall severity symptom score has been reduced by 79% for all the patients. So this shows the efficacy of our trial. And the patient onboarding we directly collaborate with hospital and doctors. So doctor who prescribe a medication will also ask them to scan a QR. Doctor will have a table standing. So after scanning a QR, doctor will be taken to, patient will be taken to WhatsApp, over which they'll select their language, preferred language, plus they'll get a patient consent form. After accepting it, we'll connect with the care team and they can plan their sessions. So initial sessions, like first session goes to collect their personal profile and data. Then the second and third session goes and identify the psychosomatic triggers. So just to give a layman example, we have identified 20 different types of psychosomatic trigger, but one of them that major people suffer is perfectionism. So perfectionism is a thought like where you want everything as per what you have thought in. If there is any diversion into your plan, you get an anxiety and that anxiety triggers a physiological symptom. Same as like another one is OCD related to over information. So what should be the right therapy? What should be the right process so that person changes behavior? And we work on gut-brain axis, on gut through psychology, on brain through psychology, and on gut through low FODMAP diet, where we try to reset your gut microbiome. So we work on whole of gut and brain axis. So this is how we provide. So the way we have CGM in diabetes, so the best marker to know about your gut health is stool tracking device. So we have created a device which integrates into our system, plus it can be used case for another 5 different verticals. One of them is into smart toilet. Recently, Kohler Bathware has launched Kohler Health, where they have launched a very similar device like us, but they are into wellness and we are going into a medical device category. So currently there is no medical device right now. And then we want to partner with for pharma companies so that they can utilize this as a remote monitoring device for their patient to track stool, which is a very strong biomarker. Right now it's patient reported. It could be also used for longevity care programs, where you can see like how the protocols or the therapies are interacting with your gut, and same goes with the elderly care. And the last one is like we have partnered with a Japanese company which is subsidized in Singapore, Nito Denko, where we are trying to develop a GI-related psychosomatic disorder diagnostic device. So what we are trying to do is they have a smartwatch through which we'll be tracking a stress parameter, and that would be correlated with the change in stool parameters. And through which we'll be telling whether your stress was triggering your gut-related issues. That might be a gut disorder. So that's how we are trying to do this. We directly like partner with pharma companies, hospital and gastros, or other department doctors. So right now we have collaborated with Marengo Asia, with whom we are diversifying our platform. Right now we were into gastro. Now we have developed cardiac rehab and nephro, that is transplant. So now we are going into oncology and then further other verticals at the same time. So that's how we are diversifying our platform. We have like recently integrated our platform with Marengo, and we are taking their clinical expertise to develop our different verticals through which they can deploy their own protocol for better management of their patients. Till now, we have closed a revenue of $55K. We projected to close around $100 to $150K by this year end. Our ask is $500K, out of which we will be using 50% toward commercialization this in India, and then 23% for developing other clinical trials for like cardiac rehab, renal transplant and all, and the product development towards tech devices side, and 7% towards data compliances. So I look after product innovation and the sales side of it. We have Varun Agrawala, he's our chief scientific officer, who help us create with clinical protocol and all the validations. He always be a front PI for all the trials. Then Nupur is my co-founder, she look after operations HRA. Sakshi is our head of digital product. Then Santosh look after our medical devices, and Samvit is our tech lead. I would love to take questions if you have any.
Thank you, Shashank. So we're just extending this opportunity to our online presenters also. So if you have any questions, we can call out here and Ayush will help us just communicate to the
I
founder.
cannot hear.
Any questions from the panel?
Hi. I can direct the question to the founder through Ayush now. The services will be prescribed by a doctor, or how will it work? Like, who will take the services?
So basically, we white label our whole tech and care team to the hospital, and hospital pushes through the doctors, basically. So it becomes, and obviously doctors first accept our whole protocol and validate, and then only even hospital help us to integrate. So it's a top-down approach. We go to hospital, then get a validation from doctor whether this really add a value, and that validation we prove it through our clinical trials. And now Marengo has shown a lot of interest to diversify into other verticals. So that's where we feel it's a right time to involve other verticals at the same time.
Right. Follow-on question. $55,000 revenue, what's the breakup of that revenue? Did you charge anything for white labeling it for the hospital? And did you charge anything per test?
Okay. So basically, the revenue is from care management software, which is a one-time cost yearly basis, and then there is a subscription cost for the care team. That subscription costs range from 2,000 to 5,000 depending upon the number of sessions or the severity of a person. This is one of our model. Another model is through devices. So for like devices, to become a GI-related psychosomatic diagnostic, we have collaborated with NITO, for which we have like given them 50 to 60 devices. And for that, they have sponsored us. So the major fund has come through NITO, and rest all is through clinic and doctors. And the major, another 30 lakhs would come through Marengo deployment once we integrate into the system.
The panel?
I have one more. How many hospitals are you live at this point of time, and how many in pipeline?
So basically, to be specific, right now, like we had more than 35 gastros with whom we collaborated, but we thought that going via hospital would be a better approach, because that would be pushed through the management to do the same thing. So right now we are just focused on Marengo. We are just integrated things and doing pilot with Marengo. And with pipeline, we have another 4 to 5 hospitals which have shown they're ready and they're asking to integrate. But right now we're focusing on developing at least 5 verticals, out of which 3 are ready. So in another 2 months, we'll focus to develop another 2 verticals. And when this buffet of solution is ready, so it would be very easy to integrate into their HIMS also and provide, increase their top line revenue for hospital and provide better numbers in terms of retention, repeat diagnostic, repeat drug and all those things.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to next.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Next in the line is IOTA Diagnostic. It brings lab-grade testing to your desktop. Simple, affordable, and built for real life. Inviting founder Vishvashniya to present the pitch for IOTA Diagnostic. Some technical issue with IOTA Diagnostic founder in terms of connecting. We can move on to Amara. Okay, he's back, so let's go ahead with IOTA Diagnostic.
Hello.
Mr. Vishvashniya.
Yeah, hi. Are you able to see my screen, right? So how many minutes are you expected to complete my presentation?
Yeah.
Ayush can confirm to founder to start.
Hello, good evening everyone. My name is Vaibhav Shitoye. I am founder and CEO at IOTA Diagnostic Private Limited. We are based out in Gujarat, India, having backed by the IMA Venture BIRAC, and we are grateful to believing in our idea and supported our past journey. So coming to our innovation, we have founded with vision to bring innovative technology in the space of diagnostic and healthcare. And here we have come with the first product, which is disrupting diagnostic industry with this our biosampling product. So we can see around 70% of the today's medical decision, they are based on this blood report. And usually for that, we need to collect blood through the venipuncture. So around 45 ml of the blood we are collecting, and that will be delivered to the laboratory at a cold environment. And most of this 90% of the collected sample that goes in the wastage. So here we have come with that biosampler device that can collect only few drop of the blood with our dyed matrix technology, and this collected sample can be then delivered at room temperature for the laboratory test or any pathological or pharmaceutical application. So we got a CDSA, that is National Regulatory Approval. We got patented this product in India. And right now we are coming with this application with this our patent secure technology. So the first application we have developed into the cervical cancer, which is something very innovative in a way. So cervical cancer is again right now very hot topic everywhere, and around 80,000 women in India alone are dying due to the cervical cancer. But the bright side of the cervical cancer is highly preventable and curable if you got early diagnosed with this diagnostic method. But we can see the right now traditional method available for cervical cancer examination, which is very painful, having that social taboo. So that's why participation rate for the cervical and even this gynecological examination is very less. So in India, less than 20% of the screening have been done till date. And so this is the mortality rate. If you can see, every 6 minutes, one woman is dying due to the cervical cancer. So we have converted this our biosampler material into the strip format, and we have come with the young strip, which is something very simple to use, and women can put up onto the sanitary napkin during the periods, and then sample will be collected within this our dry matrix technology, and we can deliver that sample to the laboratory for analysis. So here is one demonstration video.
Ayush can increase the volume from the laptop.
Yeah, just about to close. Sorry, should I play this one testimony from a doctor?
My name is.
Sorry. Okay, fine. So this product is already available in the market, adapted by a few hospital chain here in the India. We had a mass population screening with the government NGOs and already in the use. Again, this is the first of its kind invention that uses some menstrual blood for HPV DNA analysis. Got patented, and again these are the groups from India, including pathology laboratory, hospital, e-commerce platform, wherein we have listed this product in the last 3 to 4 months of the journey. So here right now we are coming with the home diagnosis model, wherein these both home sampling kits that will be integrated with the platform, wherein the service we also intend to provide. So patient can buy this product through this our platform, and again we intend to collect sample from their doorstep, and that will be goes to the laboratory for analysis. So here we are considering the entire journey, that including from the diagnosis to the care management. So that SaaS platform we are right now developing. After that would be our execution model. So coming to our roadmap, since last 3 years we have been spent to our R&D, get this regulatory clearance, clinical trials, that was backed by the Byra Sauli Technology Business Incubator and IMA Venture. Recently, we had a pre-seed round. The one Bombay-based institutional investor, they have invested to launch this product in the Indian market. And next we are looking to come with the other application utilizing this our biosampler industry product along with our few partner Tata Institute for Genetics and Sterling Accuracy, especially in the neonatal screening, STI diagnosis and allergen testing. And again, we are looking parallel to scale our operation in the international market as well as with the approval from the CE and US FDA. There are the few recognition we have been received from Indian, the health minister. They also recognize this product as a promising invention for the mass population screening, cervical cancer screening. We got awarded to our health minister, JP Nadda ji sir. So this is my team. We have people coming from the pharmaceutical, medical, engineering background. So, for any technology development, we have in-house team only. So that coming from the scratch development to deployment. And again, we have around 40 plus team size. So that includes R&D, clinical development, sales and marketing team as well as coming from the diverse background. So right now, currently we are looking 1 million. So that would be utilized to scale our operation specifically into the manufacturing, marketing, promotion in the domestic market as well as in the international market. And again, to get this regulatory approval. So till that we have raised close to 400K fund that was institutional grant money secured from the government of the Gujarat and government of the India. And we have this investor onboarded, IMA Venture, STB and Biz Data from the Bombay. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Vaibhav. We'll open for the Q&A from the investors.
So I think the question is the quality of the sample is the most important factor in terms of the results you get, right? And you're passing on that responsibility from a specialist to the user. So how they collect the sample, how they store the sample and everything. So how do you really ensure the quality of the sample in this process?
Correct. So the beauty within this our technology, we call it as a dried matrix technology. So here we are collecting the sample in a dried state. So there would be the process we are collecting sample in that material, and immediately after sample collection that sample will goes in the dried state and the sample will be maintained for longer duration. So once it reaches to the laboratory, then we need to extract sample from that material in a liquid format, and then after that the sample will be ready for downstreaming analysis. And this is, I would say, the passive method, irrespective of the patient or any medical professional, sample will be accurately collected within this our material. That would be precisely, we have a material size of 1500 microliter. So less than 2 to 3% of the bias will happen. So the material we have designed so that can precisely collect only that volume of the sample only. So wherein we can utilize for the qualitative as well as qualitative testing.
And I don't really understand the purpose of this particular thing, because the sample is anyways going to laboratory for testing. Like, might as well go and give a proper sample out there, right?
Correct. See, in a traditional way, we are collecting sample in a liquid state, and usually there is a way we collect around 4 to 5 ml of the blood, and the sample will be stable only for a few hours. We need to travel sample within the same city so that we can maintain in the anticoagulated environment. But you need to bring sample from research limited setting to the TA metropolitan city. We need to maintain the cold environment, minus 20, minus 70 degrees Celsius of the temperature is needed to maintain the sample. So here what happening, we are collecting from the patient end. This is something we are providing patient convenience, wherein the patient themselves, it can provide the do it yourself. They just need to prick with the lancet and that sample will be collected within this our material. And again, during the travel time, we need not to maintain cold environment. Even we are collecting sample from resource limited setting. After 7 days, 15 days, if you are providing sample to the laboratory, the sample will be maintained, that sample integrity for longer duration. So whenever that lab will be available, we can extract sample and we can do that analysis. Again, the volume of the sample collection here would be very less. Hardly we are collecting 100 microliter maximum, which means hardly 2 to 3 drop of the blood, rather than collecting 4 to 5 ml of the blood. With this our board technology that specifically I have addressed for the biosampler device. Coming to our MSTEAP, of course there is a patient convenience, so we are providing the private and discrete method for sample collection rather than collecting for sample from that cervix region. And again, we are maintaining sample in that dried state, wherein that these people are right now collecting this cervical smear sample in a viral transport media. That will also have some sort of the stability issues. So if we are providing sample within a 48 hours, that sample can be analyzed. Otherwise, then sample will be get degraded. Then we need to ask again the sample. So the sample stability would be issue with these traditional methods.
One more question. Can I? The unit metrics for each diagnostic test, what's the price and what's the margin for each test? And second, what's the total revenue in the last 12 months?
So the cost for the both kit, we have right now the sample home sampling kit. So the MSTEAP as well as this biosampler device. So cost for the biosampler device around 75 rupees to 85 rupees. That is a B2B cost. That included everything for the do-it-yourself sample collection. And coming to our next product, MSTEAP, that includes everything that needed for a sample collection at a home setting. So that would be 145 rupees, including the GST, whatever that. So that is the cost. Again, we have come with the second business model. We are providing, including the test, coming to the cervical cancer HPV DNA test. So that we are providing at 1500. So that including everything. So the kit, we are collecting sample from a doorstep, and again the laboratory test, that HPV DNA, that cover high risk genotyping testing, which is 50% of this what traditionally that model providing that cost. So considered very affordable for this end consumer. And from the revenue point of view, we just started commercial operation 4 to 5 months back. So we had a pilot done with a few, I would say few partner. And in the last 4 to 5 months of the journey, we have generated around 7 to 8 lakhs of the revenue. That was a validation we have done in the market. So hereafter, we are looking forward to, go in the market with our solid sales and marketing strategy, because before that, we were experimenting market with a different channel.
Thank you, Mr. Vaibhav.
Okay. Fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Looking forward. Have a great day.
Moving on, next we have Amara, that is Burren, an AI-powered HR assistant tool that looks human, thinks smart, and handles hiring to exit communication with ease. So inviting Mr. Sanjay Jangi, the founder of Amara. So to all the investors, Burren is their product. So that's why we've put Amara on the list, but they will be talking about Burren. And for the audience, there is Burren logo for you to give your registrations of interest.
I think lost your voice in the last few minutes, I guess. Is it audible now from my end? I go ahead. Yes, I'm doing that. Just checking the, am I audible and visible too? Hello. Is my, sure, my voice is audible? Can you check once again? Hello. Thank you. Just let me know. Still not visible? Thank you. So hello everyone. Good evening to all. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Sanjay, co-founder and CTO at Brainin. For the next few minutes, you would love to hear our three words mainly. The first one, human resources. The second one, AI, which loved everybody, and now exciting time we do have. And overall, it is human AI. So that's all. I will try to take a video, just kick off the introduction of the product, what you're building out. Today we are presenting Amara. We are building a basically human AI for HR. So I'll just take care of the video presentation. Let me know if the word is audio is audible.
Employees often struggle with career growth, feedback, and appraisals. It can be unclear and frustrating. But now, there's Amara. Problem isn't the data, it's disconnection. Portals feel robotic, chatbots fall flat, recruiters and employees feel unseen. Meet Amara, the digital human that gives your HR system a heartbeat. Emotionally intelligent, conversational by design. Amara senses tone and emotion, adapting every response to the person behind the screen. Because engagement isn't a metric, it's a feeling. Amara transforms job posts into human stories that attract fit, not volume. It interprets resumes for story, context, and signal, revealing the talent others miss. Every workflow becomes a dialogue, not a form. Amara connects data and behavior, learning from every interaction. It explains intent, not just outcomes. Behind every number, it shows human reason why. From onboarding to development, Amara guides every employee's journey. It turns day one anxiety into belonging, and learning into connection. Amara integrates seamlessly with SAP, Workday, and Darwinbox through secure APIs. Its open architecture extends empathy across every workflow. Amara turns HR from a system people use into one they love. Automation made HR faster. Amara makes it human again.
Thank you for the attention. I hope the video audio was perfectly visible. I saw some of the latency of the video, but I think it's played out. Can you please confirm?
Ayush can confirm to founder.
So I think it's the latency issues I saw on the YouTube live streams making a latency side. So is the complete video that was completed? Okay, sure. Thank you. So I think the concept. Now I'll set out my screen, the presentation part. I hope it's visible too.
I think that's where not everything can be done by AI. You need human intervention.
Is it done the audible? So I think due to the presenter mode having concern, but I'll try to make sure of it to have this window only, if it makes. Okay, so I'm going to start the Amara as a technology we are building out. So you've seen a video clearly, we people are focused on HR. The one question to all, why we are building out in way, because what we are looking out. So I will start out with the immunized AI for HR, what we are building out. That is the one. I'll go start from the problem statement, what we are building out in way. So what is the, we can see that in HR tech, a lot of tools is there. So we'll say, obviously HR needs a technology, but we found now finally the technology need a human or the HR. So that's the problem statement, pretty simple. What are the HR tools available in the market? They are having a various of the dashboard, the data. What's the problem? The problem is basically the disengagement. So they are connecting out. Three people are majorly responsible for the HR tech. The first one, obviously, the candidate or employee, they felt unengaged or disengaged. That is one thing we found because a lot of tools is there. What about the HR people? They are overwhelmed because there's a lot of technology working out in way. And the third one, the management or the leadership who want to make sure of some data, they realize after something didn't happen. So I think that is the problem with the technology. We say, yeah, I think the AI is working or the technology is working fabulous in this domain, especially in HR. But I think what about the human layer? So what we are building out, now coming to my point, what the Amara is working out in ways. So we are building a technology, specifically an AI. So human companion we are building out in ways, we call it as a human layer for any HR stack. It's a plug and play, work for the same. You can see that on a human AI, we have three working out in ways. The first one as a human appearance, people have engagement with the people like what we are doing at. The second one, the voice part. The third one, which is more important about the communication. So right, we are in depth of the communication, how the human work out, to getting the insight, getting the empathy, which is leaking out on the tool, usually the technology working out. And again, I'll appreciate the technology rapid happening around the globe in space of vision AI, instead of the voice AI, we can able on that stage where the HR stack need a human face as well, and we can able to do that. So now coming to the action point directly, the best part is that it's not a concept, we are on the live as well. So we work out on agile fashion. The first one we call as the Amara on a various of HR companion who can write from the candidate hiring to your exit interviews, right? And we just roll out our first module we call as a prime scan, that is the Amara, where Amara can actually screen out thousands of resume altogether and conduct an interview. If they find suitability, they can let you know this candidate is good enough for you, need to spend your time on a strategic way. So that is the one thing roll out, we work around in way. Obviously the roadmap is pretty simple. We want to work out in each and every corner of HR tech stack where human needed on way, like in the empathy or personalization or engagement part. Now looking the opportunity wise, I think it's massive. The HR tech is going, why it's massive? Because it's growing out a very brilliant pace of the year on year. So for us as a startup, again, I think leadership expectation is still going to grow in this way, but I think the market is good enough and exciting enough for to working out in this way. Company, let's suppose, I think obviously the market is there, people are working out in way, but most of the things we find the component work. The digital companies are lacking basically HR strategy. The second one, HR SMS, HRIS stacks, HR tech stack technology lacking out personalization. And third one, AI board lacking empathy and personalization as well. So I think we are sitting on a very interesting sweet spot of Amara where we can have intersection of empathy, AI and HR as well. So that is the one thing interesting thing which excites us to work around in way. The key differentiator is one thing simple as a human AI. I think people have AI, people have HR strategy. If we can do that way, I'm pretty sure about it. What sounds like a human AI, it's gonna be tricky as well because I'm working last couple of years in this domain. I know it would be tricky, but yes, that's the result excited us. This could be make me happen. The one thing is clear and louder. It's all about. It's not only I think the humanized AI works not on the impact emotionally, not technically, and as well as commercially as well. So we work around in way. So GTM stage is pretty simple. As I said, we round up our first module as a prime scan, and we have some exciting business model. I'll come to the traction point by interest of the time as well. So till now, we have been working out almost couple of years in this technology as a digital human. Last 1 year, we focus on HR use case area. We found a very credible piloting opportunity work around, right? The name of the National Bank to the government as well as a digital human. When we focus on the HR use cases for the last couple of quarters, we started a piloting, and we done that almost 10 plus pilots in this domain. The revenue is still on early stage, but exciting enough to build the technology in this way. Initially, development bootstrap, we happened out some of the certificate and grants, majorly and just rolling out page. So this is the number we excite us to work around in way. Now coming directly to my point of the team. So we are working as a blend team. We are having the AI engineering to marketing to execution team work around way. We are a lean team of 15 people working out this domain. One thing I'll say, the two things I want to hear. The first one, as a team to write one day, we people onboarded a Gagi as a psychologist because we know the technology is not human enough. The second one, our HR team who have a brilliant experience on the HR tech as well. So we are not building a tool, we are building a human AI layer, which is important team, and I'm really excited the team over here, we find it out. So a few of the more motivation things we're working out in way, getting some global stage to the funds and all that. This is the sort of journey. Ask important point, we are working out in the C stage around of $500,000, specifically on the product. Last line from my end, it's not an AI or a human. Obviously, we are pretty confident it's AI plus human. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Love to hear the question if I can answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Jangir. We'll open for the Q&A by the investors. Any questions from the investor panel?
Is this entire solution built for enterprise, or you've built it for small setups or MSMEs? That's question one. I'm probably going to add one more. In the video which we saw, we noticed, I noticed that the job postings are kind of pushed into some portal. Would want to know where would you push those job postings? One of the elements of the solution is to post the job openings, whatever openings are there, onto some portal. I'm kind of confused, where would the job openings go, which portal?
Sure. If you don't mind, I can answer out the second question first because it will make my work easier, the first one. So I'll start from the recruitment. If you've seen that, as I said, our first module as a prime scan is rollout. Idea is pretty simple. The companies have career page on their websites. What is rolled out are two problems usually. Candidate apply on your job position, they didn't get an interview link or interview happening out. If they happen in the interview, they didn't get a get back of HR because a lot of the application will be there. So what we do that interestingly, when any candidate apply on a job role positions, Amara can scan the resume, identify job role suitability, NMLE, and in 20 seconds send out interview link. The beauty of it is not only interview link, you can take your interview anytime allowance. So because the technology allowed us in 1 week, you can do that. If you done that interview, you get a feedback in again 20 seconds, which is again a problem. HR is not get back to you. So I think that is one of the key statement we showcase in the video, sir, on the career page, but it could be happen with your integration with ETS part as well. So now I come with the first question, what the solutions? So obviously this is a solution for enterprises. We can directly connect with the ETS, HRMS, HRSN, whatever the HR tech stack is available, we can integrate as a layer plug and play over there where human AI can work out. In particular case, ETS can be connected with our HR tech where the interview could be automatically conducted out. You will get the insight, a complete reporting why a candidate is good enough for you so that you can spend your good time on strategically identify more things. I hope I answer out if you have some counter question on it. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I believe the technology has himself. We can able to hear from India to Singapore. Really have your patience and attention. Thank you so much for the team as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Jangir from Amara, Brenin. Next on the line is Cash and Take. It provides seamless account receivable and accounts payable financing solutions on a centralized platform. Inviting the Cash and Take team to present the pitch to the investor panel and the audience.
Hi, am I audible? Hi, am I audible and visible? So I can start presenting. Is it visible? Is it better? Can I go ahead? Yeah. Hi, my name is Soundaranjan Das, and I'm representing Cash and Tech, which is a Pune-based fintech. We are into supply chain finance lending. Yeah. So this is what we do. We are into MSME lending. As we know that MSME is very, very critical part of any economy. And we are into this segment. And in India, almost every day a new MSME opens up. And most of them, some could survive, some cannot survive. That's purely because of the finance availability. Some are able to raise capital to their requirement, and some are not able to. So this is where we come into play. We as a Cash and Tech, we come as a digital supply chain finance marketplace, providing access to unsecured working capital. Yeah. Coming to our vision, we want to be India's leading marketplace for innovating and efficient MSME lending. Though there are a lot of MSME lenders, but we want to be very, very innovative in what we do. We want to capture what is our mission. We want to capture about 0.6 billion working capital in the pharma sector in next 3 to 4 years. Again, coming to TAM, which is 50k crore, coming to the SAM service serviceable available market is about 15k crore, and coming to serviceable SOM, which is about 5k crore. This is what we want to. This is where we want to be. This is what we want to attain here. So what we do? So we are doing in place of a balance sheet and a collateral based lending. We are getting into Am I audible? Okay. So in place of a balance sheet and a balance sheet based, we want to move into the cash flow based underwriting, and most of the time it is unsecured, sometimes collateral based, but most of the times partially or unsecured. Then coming to the current era, we want to serve digitally, and we have a variety of products to offer here. And we are getting into a model where, in the typical ODMCC kind of thing, where we learn and forget, or we do analysis after a year's time. But we are getting into a model where we learn, and we have got a system where we can monitor them regularly, how the accounts are behaving. Is there any early signs where we can act on? So this is what I'm talking about. We are talking about here is what is a market size here. So we're talking about 49 USD, which is overall as a pharma sector in India. And out of that, about 24 billion is for the domestic use, and for 25 billion is for the exports. And we're talking about industry, pharma industry, which is growing at a 10% per annum. And by volume, we are the third largest, and by valuation, we are the 14th largest worldwide. And the numbers what we are talking about doesn't include the surgical, Ayurveda, and the over-the-counter pharmacies, the products what we buy. This purely based on the prescription is what we are talking about here, and the source is already mentioned below. So this is what is again a little deep into the pharma industry. It is about more than 3,000 drug companies in India, and there are about 65 stockists and 10 lakh pharmacies across the domestic market. But if you see that the top 25 companies contribute about 70%, and top 40 companies contribute about 40%. This is what is our target segment. This is what we want to target into. Initially to the top 25, then we want to the top 40 slowly. And about 5,000 stockists, approximately about 50% of them is our target segment. This is what we want to target. And in the later slides, I'll come how we are going to achieve this. This is what we as a cash and tech we do. So right from vendor finance, where the suppliers of the corporate, we make a payment to the corporate, we make a payment to the vendors and collect it from the corporate. Then once the product is ready, then the corporate sells it to the distributor. So in this process, what we do is we make the payment to the corporate and collect it from the distributor. And the third one is the retailer finance, where we evaluate the retailer, make a payment to the distributor, and collect the payment from the retailer. And for doing this activity, we have got the lenders which are in the scale, which is Chola, Unity, IDFC Bank, Tiger Capital, Tata Capital, Aditya Birla, and Kotak Mahindra Bank are the major ones. And we are in the process of identifying few more. But basically, we are right from the supplier to the anchor, to the distributor, to the retailer, we are serving. So we believe that we need to have the wide range of lenders, who can fund to a larger value, who can, depending on the tenor requirement. So this is what we have identified, and we keep identifying furthermore if there is a requirement. But we are covering the whole supply chain as cash and tech. Okay.
Any questions from the panel? Let's just, after this, there's only one last. So if any questions for cash and tech? No.
How many borrowers do we have on the platform, and how many lenders do we have on the platform?
We have about 8 lenders what we have on board, and coming to the customers, we have got about 140-150 active customers on board. And out of them maybe 100% active are about 100 odd.
What's your name, and do you provide FLDG? The net interest margin, and do you provide first loss default guarantee? Net interest margin, what's the margin? And
the margin is about 1 to 2% of the limit value what we set.
Okay. And if
so that is in form of one is a onboarding at the time of onboarding we get a onboarding cost, and also the kind of utilization what client do, we earn about 0.5 to 1% on the uses. So as you can see, the screen is about 1 to 2% of the AUM, asset under maintenance, the utilization what customer client does. So that is what is our revenue we earn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Keshan Tech team. Next on the line is up and comer, last but not the least in alphabetical order. Up and comer is the first AI-powered digital music team for independent artists, replacing the traditional label with an intelligent, self-managed platform. Inviting Karan Das Gupta, founder of Up and Comer, to present the pitch.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, great. Hi everyone, my name is Karan, and I'm the founder of Up and Comer, the first AI-powered digital team for independent artists. I'm a Spotify radar artist myself with over 10 million streams, and I built Up and Comer off the back of my music career. Karan, the founder of Up and Comer. Wait, what happened here? Okay, yeah. So the artist problem is that 90% of artists never build sustainable careers. Not because they lack talent, but because they lack support. Artists need a manager, a marketer, a data analyst, an engineer, but most independent artists have no team, no budget, and no time. The artist journey is broken, and this results in millions of creators burning out and giving up. Introducing our solution. So we built Up and Comer, an AI-powered digital team that gives every independent artist their own marketer, publicist, data analyst, content creator, audio engineer, professor, AI brain. Instead of juggling 10 platforms and guessing what to do next, artists get a single workspace where campaigns launch automatically, content is created for them, insights are generated in real time, and revenue and fans attract all in one place. Our advantage is that Up and Comer saves artists 90% of their time and over $10,000 per year by automating the work that agencies, freelancers, and managers charge thousands for. By consolidating various modules into one AI system, we become the most affordable and most powerful growth platform available to musicians globally. The market today is extremely fragmented. Symphony handles only ads, Hybrid handles links and basic campaigns. Unheard focuses on playlisting. No one is building what Up and Comer is building, a full stack end-to-end AI team that unifies marketing, analytics, content, growth, and education in one place, and that's our mode. So this is the Up and Comer beta. On the left, you'll see the roles, the digital team that works for the artist. Let's start with the growth engine.
Up-and-comer automates Meta and YouTube campaigns end-to-end. Artists simply choose their goals, set a budget, and our engine builds, launches, and optimizes the campaigns automatically. No ad agencies and no guesswork. Next, our data analyst gives real-time insights across Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and radio. Our artists finally get a single source of truth for fans, streams, and growth trends without paying for multiple dashboards. The artist manager analyzes fans, revenues, cities, demographics, and auto-builds landing pages for catalogs and releases, giving artists clear insight on where to invest their time and their money. The audio engineer uses AI mastering to instantly master songs, cheaper, faster, and accessible to every independent musician. At the center of everything is our proprietary Amplitude AI, your personal AI brain. Amplitude answers questions like, where should I run ads? Which fan should I target? How do I grow my streams? Generates personalized strategies for these questions and more, and can actually launch the next step so you don't have to do it yourself. This is the first full-stack AI team for artists. We're launching this Sunday, November 23rd. In terms of our market size, the music economy is massive. $50.9 billion is the size of the entire artist economy. $16.1 billion is the size of the independent artists and label market, of which independent artists themselves make about $9.5 billion. And our 3 to 5 year SOM is $644 million, over 4% of our SAM. Independent artists represent the largest and fastest growing segment in the entire music industry, and they're spending heavily on software, ads, and services. In terms of our traction and go-to-market, we're launching our public beta this weekend, and our target is to onboard 1,000 users by Q2 of 2026 through organic content, direct outreach, and social media. We already have run a closed beta, and we have a bunch of artists already signed up and waiting for our platform to go live fully. In Q2, we will roll out full platform access and 3 additional modules to the 5 that's already live in Content Creator, Publicist, and Professor U, and look to scale to 3,000 users. By Q3, we project reaching $1 million ARR while maintaining a 10% churn rate. And in Q4, we hope to close out the year scaling to 5,000 users and beginning our seed round. Our go-to-market is focused on organic growth, social media ads, SEO, influencers, and artist referrals. Our revenue model is really simple. A free tier, a $27 per month pro plan, affordable add-ons for AI credits, mastering, email credits, and a custom enterprise tier for our business clients. We generate recurring revenue from subscriptions, AI usage, and campaigns, giving us diversified revenue streams. In terms of our team, I'm the CEO of Up and Coming, and artist myself with a few million listeners, and I truly understand the space that I'm looking to serve. I'm supported by Vidya Dasgupta, our CFO and CA, who's also a seasoned entrepreneur herself. Sanjeev Dasgupta is our advisor and a seasoned fund manager as well as a CA. In terms of our product development team, we have Rashid Ashraf and Rahul Kumar Srivastava, and both of them have 15 years plus experience in developing platforms and SaaS models. So we're a lean, skilled team, and we're designed to ship fast. Now, I truly believe being an artist and solving for the problems that I've faced in my career myself, like that Up-and-Comer is the team that every independent artist needs and deserves. We're raising a $500,000 pre-seed to user growth, expand our platform and AI offerings, and scale our go-to-market. If you'd like to connect, scan the QR code, or you can email me directly at karan@upandcomer.com.
Thank you, Karan, for the wonderful pitch. We have any panel questions here?
Yeah.
Kuldeep, Mayank, Piyush ji. They're up there.
So Karan, I'm assuming that when you say artists, you mean like musicians and not designers, so to say. And then I see that your platform is like a combination of multiple AI components, etc. Right? So as this AI space evolves, you might. There might be another better product available, which you rather than the one that you have on your platform, right? So, what brings stickiness onto
your ecosystem?
We were just discussing that. Ayush, your test is before the founder's test.
Ayush is being the translator here.
Okay. So I'll answer the first question first. Yeah, Up and Comer is currently designed just to target musicians. Although like this, the modular team system is very much replicable to other verticals, but at this moment in time, like we're not looking to expand. We're just trying to focus in on the music market. Now, in terms of in terms of the tech stack that this platform is built on, the only, I guess AI tool, so on and so forth, would be Anthropic's console that's been integrated into our system. Everything else is either made in-house or through like API integrations. So I mean, in terms of there being another tool available, it's really just about, being on top of the market and constantly making sure that you're upgrading your features to be at the forefront of what's like new in the market. And being a musician myself, having being very actively pursuing that career still, I'm very, very much on top of this as well as the rest of my team.
Any follow-ons?
Okay, I know I'm keeping you guys away from dinner. Ayush, another test for you. The biggest hook for this is getting revenue for the artist. What I understood is the platform will help push some promotional videos on Meta and on YouTube, but how will those videos get viewers? Because that's what can get business.
Yeah, so to answer your question, look at Up and Comer as a career management system for a musician. So we're really trying to be basically an end-to-end system where an artist can manage all aspects of their careers. So in terms of a viewer coming in to view something on the Up and Comer platform, and the end user for us is the artist. The end user for the artist is a listener, someone who wants to listen to their music, right? So the listener, the artist end user, is not going to be a part of Up and Comer at all. Because the artist can use Up and Comer to basically amplify their other channels like your TikTok, your YouTube, your Instagram, radio, whatever channel they want to amplify.
Any follow-on, Kuldeep? Okay, thank you, Karan. Thank you for the pitch. And here we come to an end for an incredible pitch session from the top 10 of the NextLeap program. Please give a big round of applause to the founders for the hard work and the grit. A heartfelt thank you to our panel for their valuable time and thoughtful evaluations for the startups. Your insights and guidance will definitely be instrumental shaping their journey, and the scoring is the key towards it. So a thank you to the audience who have been patiently listening, waiting, and being with us throughout the evening. We will be just doing a short felicitations for our panel. And we are also coming up with the top 3 tailor-blazing startups for our program. So please be there with us for some more time. I'm sure we are all waiting for the dinner. It's already open, but just some more time with us to end this evening. Thank you so much.
I just remember watching one of the Shark talking on Shark Tank, that what you see on the YouTube is just 15-20 minutes video, but in real we don't get to eat, we don't get coffee, and it's like whole day event and pitching that happens. And I think this is the first-hand experience I am and some of us are getting today. Thank you very much, everyone. We will recognize and felicitate our key, and I would request investor panel to please stay on the podium for some more time. And we will recognize our keynote speakers, jury members, investor panel, and the supporting partners who made this journey possible. I would invite, in the line, I would first invite CA Gyanchand Misra ji to be felicitation. May I request Anuradha and Kuldeep to come to felicitate CA Gyanchand Misra ji. I would request everyone to stay on the podium for the group photo later. May I now invite CA Arpit Kabra ji. May I invite now Mayank Jain, Managing Partner and CEO Thinkubate. And may I invite Gyanchand Misra ji, Anu and Kuldeep for the felicitation to Mayank. Ayush can change the slide to Mayank Jain. Next, may I invite Mr. Piyush Chaplot, CEO, Innovation Partners Capital. Please keep clicking for our investor panel. तालियों की आवाज बनी रहे. May I now invite Mr. Jubin Gandevia, founder Venture Catalyst. Dear friends, picture abhi baki hai. We are yet to announce the top 3 from the cohort, so stay tuned. Can we now have all the founders who are present here to come on the stage, please? Now I also invite the NextLeap team from BeyondSeed, ICAI Singapore chapter committee member and volunteers to come on the stage for group photo before we announce top 3. The NextLeap team from BeyondSeed, ICAI Singapore chapter committee members and all the volunteers to come on the stage. Now it's the time to announce the top 3. We all are hungry, but just last few more minutes before we go for the dinner and networking. Vote of thanks, I think 15 to 20 minutes.
Hey boss, क्या कर रहा है यार? 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and 9 o'clock. Sorry, how long does it take to say you have won? Go.
I can take a bio break and come.
Wait for the results. Come.
Of your event.
No, not at all. Not at all. So thank you so much, audience, judges, juries, investor, ICICI Singapore, especially Anudha ma'am. You have a great aura, and today I met a new friend, the first session speaker, Durga Das. She's amazing. So wonderful program has been organized by ICAI Singapore and BeyondSeed, and the beautiful name, the NextLeap, has came. And we are going to take NextLeap in every week or mostly every day. So thank you so much for calling us over here. We also got a different experience, visited little bit Singapore also. Tomorrow we are flying back, we'll visit again. And keep in touch, support us in all other manner possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anyone else who wants to add any few words? Come, all yours. Any of the judges want to say something?
So everyone who wants to wake up again, I can play the anthem one more time. But I just want to say thank you very much, Anu and Kuldeep. I didn't expect this to be the kind of event it was. I just thought we were in the top 10. We were going to meet a bunch of investors and pitch. I didn't realize there was some competition. So it was a pleasant surprise. Also, pleasure to meet all of you. Great questions from the panel. I actually had my team listen in, especially Ravi, who was with the UN for many years. And he actually wrote back saying, excellent panel, great questions. So I think it's gone well. An excellent program for the first time that you've handled it. So look forward to being back here in some capacity, some form or fashion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We hope to do this again too. Anybody else who wants to say a few words? I think we're waiting for the drum rolls. Are we ready?
We are waiting for the drum roll as well. Just 2 more minutes.
Kuldeep, you've come back.
Good evening, everyone. What a day. If there is one thing this room has proved, it is that ideas grow faster when the right people come together. I'll just take your 5 minutes till the results are out, so please bear with me. I know you guys are hungry. Me too, but it's just 5-10 minutes more. So the NextLeap 2025 wasn't just a program. It felt like a shared ambition taking shape across borders. The key takeaway from today was simple. Innovation doesn't need noise. It needs intent, discipline, and a community that believes in building and helping founders take the next leap. A big thank you to our President Sir, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda Sir, CA Gyan Chandra Mishra Sir, and CA Arpit Kabra Ji, Committee on MSME and Startup, CA Anuradha Shroff, and CA Sanjay Gatani from ICAI Singapore chapter, and Kuldeep Mirani and Girish Agarwal from BeyondSeed for visioning this program. A warm appreciation to CPA Australia and their Singapore leadership for their continued support. I would also like to thank our keynote speakers, Shri Suresh Prabhuji and Mr. Ignatius Rasiah, along with CA Gyan Chandra Mishra Sirji and CA Arpit Kabraji. To our mentors, you stand quietly behind this program, but your guidance showed in every pitch today. To all these startups, whether in person or virtual, thank you for showing up with courage and clarity. 10 minutes can never capture the years behind your ideas, but each one of you made your minutes count. Thank you so much. To our investor panel, thank you for your time, your commitment, and the way you engage with every founder. Your encouragement reminded them why this journey matters. A big shout out to our back team, Preeti, Shri Vidya, Ayush, and Dhruv for managing the entire flow so nicely. And of course, to our amazing hosts for the evening, Millie and Kushal. Thank you for carrying out the entire evening without a single missed beat. Lastly, thanks to everyone, all the members of ICAI Singapore chapter, BeyondSeed team, and especially our volunteers. You make every event feel effortless even when it isn't. You are the heart of this program, and your passion holds everything together. Finally, to every attendee, thank you for spending your evening with us. A big round of applause to each one of us inside this room for today bringing this energy and creating history. Thank you, everyone. Back to Kushal and Millie for the results.
Thank you, Anshu. I think the great things take time, but we are now almost there. May I now invite CA Gyanchan Misra sir, CA Kuldeep Mirani, and CA Anuradha Shroff to announce the top 3 startups.
First call Ignatius to give his felicitation.
May I now also invite Professor Ignatius Rasiah for the felicitation.
Girish?
Girish, may I also invite Girish to come on the stage, please? One more with Girish. आपने लिखा है क्या नाम? हाँ नहीं.
Without having any sequence, no? We have 2 names.
Do we have all the startups here? Where are the startups?
Are they online also?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Where's the energy? Where are the startups? Where are the founders?
They are there.
All right. Yes.
How's the Josh?
The noisiest startups get the prize, yeah?
So what an extraordinary evening it has been, from powerful insights of our keynote speakers to bold, high-energy pitches of our NextLeap founders. Today truly showcase the strength of India-Singapore Startup Corridor. Thank you to our esteemed juries, valuable time, wonderful audience for your support. And yes, we have all our 3 pillars over here, just holding the names of our 3 tailor-blazing startups from the NextLeap program. So over to you to announce the names.
Thank you. Before we announce the 3 tailblazers, guys, this is not like, a ranking or anything. Yeah, it's just a common consensus which we have come to. All of you were brilliant. Ayush will keep translating to the guys out there. All of you were amazing. This is just a start of what we have to do. We have to announce the 3 tailblazers, so we are just doing that.
Yeah, and I think we had an amazing time listening to each one of y'all. It has been very encouraging to see your journeys, and wishing everybody all the best. You all rocked the show.
So I think that well said by both of you. Important is that you people have had the courage to come here to represent yourself, and now the 3 names consensusly that we are announcing: Aero, Nero, MSME and Seamless.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.
Ajinkya?
May I invite founders from Aero, MSME and Seamless to come on the stage, please.
I don't know where is Seamless Ajinkya there. He's I think busy eating rasmalais.
Finding his number. Ajinkya. Guys, may I request कि तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए for everyone. We would now also like to invite all the founders present here to please come on the stage for the group photo. Everyone can come up on the stage for the group photo before we break for the dinner. Where is Dhruv? We don't see you. We don't see you, Dhruv, on the stage. Girish. Radhika. Neeraj sir, please come on the stage. Neeraj sir, you should definitely be on the stage.